Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Perspective Philosophy. Today, we're going to be discussing a few things. So, I think it's actually been quite busy recently. Like, so the Pope has said that sexual pleasure is a gift from God, but that we should avoid porn. There is Donald Trump saying that a president must have full immunity in order to do his job as president, which seems to contradict the founding fathers and liberal philosophy. Then there is a speech that was shared by Elon Musk, which is Javier Milei, I think that's how you say his name, the Argentinian president, giving a speech at the World Economic Forum, where he advocates for what seems to be unregulated capitalism and calls the opposing side collectivists. And there is also a video that I thought would be worth watching by Dr. Blunt, Conspiracy and Democracy, the Case Against Democracy. So I thought that would be fun. So that's what I've got lined up so far today. We'll also probably take some call-ins, have a good time in general. And yeah, like that's the plan. That's the plan so far, guys. Okay, make you guys a little bit smaller in the chat. How are you guys doing? Greetings from Vanilla. Wow. Manila rather than Vanilla. Bloody hell. Manila. That's cool, man. Welcome. That's class. Epic. Nice to see you. Vegan Legion. 33% and done. Poo Poo Demon. Reflective Journey. Nice to see you guys here. Plant Abuser. M. A philosopher is never on time. He arrives precisely when he doesn't mean to. Exactly. Okay. Right. What schools of philosophy am I fucking with? I'm a Hegelian, I'm a Catholic, and I'm a vegan. So yeah, I'm like everything that most people probably hate, like rolled into a single human being. Yeah. But no, I'm very much on the school of a metaphysical approach to philosophy. But I've read a wide variety of philosophers, from post-structuralists to phenomenalists and, existentialists and classical philosophers all around. So yeah, there's I would say quite a decent amount of knowledge in philosophy now. Not like an incredible amount of philosophy knowledge. But yeah, but primarily a Hegelian. I have not troubled Sharpie. I've Paulo Freire. I've never read any Paulo Freire. I haven't even really seen anyone talk about him, to be honest. Paulo Freire. Actually, I think someone sent me something by him before, but I've never actually engaged with him at all. Not on the know that I know nothing point. Huh? Well, like the thing is that actually the whole point is not I know that I know nothing. Socrates actually said, I know that I am not wise, while they believe they are wise. It's not that I know nothing, really. It's that I know that I do not know. And that's the point. It's more of like it's a position of humility, not one of like epistemic anti-realism or something, right? No, I don't think it's always a sin to lie. I think it depends. Well, it depends on what we mean by lie. Are we participating correctly in the game? So, for example, when you bluff in poker, is that the same as a lie? If not, then there are specific circumstances when a lie is being true to the game, or being dishonest is being true to the game, but it's not a lie. And I think that would be exemplified in the philosophy of someone like Ludwig Wittgenstein. So it's like, are we being true to the game? So I don't think it's always a sin to lie. Like lying about Anne Frank being in your attic is exactly what you should do. Neo-Lutherans are going to cope with that, man. Okay. So, shall we begin with the Pope saying that that sexual pleasure is a gift from God? So, I'm pretty sure this is the full quote. I'll have to double check. Okay. Okay. Right. Pope is getting some action at that age, lol. Aren't priests supposed to be celibate or something? Yes, but that doesn't mean that sexual pleasure is not a gift from God. So like sexual pleasure can be a gift from God, but it's not necessarily like, for example, you could not drink alcohol, but you could think of a healthy relationship with alcohol, but and an unhealthy one, right? Yeah, all pleasure is a gift from God for as from a Catholic position, really, right? So this is what he said, right? So I'll make sure I've got the. I want to make sure I've got the full quote because you don't want to. You don't want to misquote the Pope. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is it, right? Among all human pleasures, sexuality has a powerful voice. It involves all the senses. It dwells in both the body and in the psyche, and this is very beautiful. But if not disciplined with patience, if not inscribed in a relationship, and in a story where two individuals transform into a loving dance, it turns into a chain that deprives human being of freedom. Sexual pleasure is a gift from God. uh, Sexual pleasure that is a gift from God is undermined by pornography. Satisfaction without relationship that can generate forms of addiction. We have to defend love, the love of the heart, of the mind, of the body, pure love in the giving of oneself to another, and this is the beauty of sexual intercourse. right? Now, I think that's actually a really beautiful quote. And I think it shows why we, like, really what as Catholics we truly believe, which is that pleasure is a good thing. That pleasure is good and a gift from God. But that pleasure needs to be mediated by respect, by recognition, by the consideration of everyone's pleasure and of the goods of everyone, of what is actually good for an individual in the end. Now, pleasure is a good, but it's not a good in itself. It's never completely unregulated. And that with the cultivation of certain virtues, we can learn to enjoy these God-given pleasures in a moderated way, in a way which allows us to express our freedom and live happy, fulfilled lives. Now, I think that's what the Pope is actually trying to express. Now, what I think it does call into question, though, is whether sex needs to be only about reproduction. Now, it's fair to say that sex is geared towards reproduction naturally, that if you are having sex, you should be willing to accept that if you were to procreate, that it produces a child, and that is a natural end, right? So I'm not defending, let's say, like abortion or anything like that. The only thing I'm defending here is, most controversially, at the highest extent, would be, well, two things. It would be sex inside of a loving marriage, right? Done purely for pleasure. Now, the church has always stood that that essentially sterile couples can still have intimate relations, and that's absolutely fine. And so I think that gives us an indication about the next point, which is if sex can be done for non-reproductive purposes, then why can't it be done between two homosexual individuals in a loving marriage? That's I think the most controversial aspect of not specifically this, but of how we should approach the consideration of natural law in that is implicit within this. That is the pleasure simply an indication of our flourishing, or is the pleasure a good in itself? Is it a gift from God? Okay, because if pleasure is a gift from God, and if two people who are homosexual are in a loving relationship, why can't they be intimate with one another and experience this gift from God by giving each other pleasure, by loving each other, by forming an intimate, loving dance such that they become a single unified whole in spirit? And why would that be wrong? Now, from a natural law perspective, I think that the more traditional natural law theorists are going to essentially argue that this is a defilement of our nature, that it goes against our nature, because this is actually an act of reproduction which we are enjoying. So the pleasure is secondary. It's good, but it's only good in relation to the fact that this is meant for reproduction. And in many ways, I'm not even contravening that. Obviously, sexual reproduction has a vital purpose in relation to human life. You know? But how concerned are you about going to hell for these takes? I think that my God-given reason, like if God punishes me for using my reason, I'll be very shocked. I think that we are all called to have an opinion and to reason for ourselves. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, especially when the intention is to essentially foster love and move away from bigotry and persecution. Okay, so if the traditional take on natural law is that pleasure is simply an indication of a flourishing and not a flourishing in itself, I think something actually is missing there. Because how do we know what flourishing is if it's not the experience of flourishing? It seems to me that the experience of flourishing and flourishing is the same thing. It's interchangeable. Now, pleasure obviously can give a wrong, pleasure in and of itself is not good, but flourishing in and of itself is good. But likewise, we can imagine reproduction and a reproductive act. likewise, we could imagine a reproductive act which is not good. For example, rape, or we could imagine the production of individuals who would suffer, who would lead lives where they'll actually suffer in the end. And this act of reproduction is producing individuals who would have been not, it would have been better to have not produced these individuals, at least not in this circumstance. For example, they're going to be born with a horrible disease which was congenital and avoidable. So we can see that sex can lead to to frustration. It can actually, like, even when it's done purely for procreation, that it can actually frustrate flourishing. And so even though it's a reproductive process and producing life, that life has to have a meaning, has to have a purpose outside of mere existence. That lends itself to what we mean when we consider compassion and pity. We consider the needs and specifically the goods that an individual experiences in their life, such that we can say the combination of experiencing certain goods in a certain way is what we mean by flourishing. And that is made most manifest in our relationship with the divine, in enjoying the graces of God in the correct manner, and essentially relating ourselves to God such that we experience beauty. Now, if that's the case, then I think that fundamentally, when we look towards the instantiation of natural law, and I think that we have to accept this as Catholics, the fundamental foundation of our metaphysic, of our philosophy of nature, isn't an abstract material principle of being. It is love. It is the Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life. And if love is what the purpose of life is, it is the meaning of life, it's what draws us towards the divine, such that we discover who we ought to be, then an act done for love, even if it doesn't forward necessarily the procreation of the species, can be a justifiable act. Now, I do think there is a caveat there. There is certainly a point of whether you are loving the species or loving your neighbor if you're not having children. Do we have responsibility? Do we have a duty to have children? And I think that there is a point in which we have to say, yes, there is a duty to have children. That we, if we can, by the way, because I think that we have to accept certain people not only are incapable, but would be incapable of caring for and providing a proper life for children. But so if we can, do we have a duty towards having children as an act of love towards our society, towards our neighbor? And I think that what we can see is that there is an economic, social, and political need for children, and that children are a gift from God, that children truly unify the species from life to death and from birth to death and rebirth. And this is the continuation and progenesis of the species. So this is clearly a good. And it is a good, but it isn't a good in and of itself. It's a good only so far as the lived experiences of those people who are born and live and engage with each other can be made worthwhile. If you're birthing people into misery that could have otherwise been avoided, then needlessly procreating is essentially just a utilitarian rather than a virtue ethical stance. We are perpetuating a quote-unquote good of existence, but we are not considering... You come in here and then you do this. We are not considering what is the good of existence and what it actually means to truly self-actualize or be actualized in accordance with our nature. And as I've argued, it's an act of love, which includes a pleasure principle. It also includes a moral principle and interrelation between all subjectivity. I would certainly say that. But it includes a pleasure principle. So we have to ask ourselves, well, would it be wrong for two people who are not going to reproduce... Charlie. Come on. Lie down. Oh, I'm going to let him out. 1 second. Okay. Dogs. Okay. He needed a drink. Okay. So if we can accept that the good in this sense, or like the metaphysical foundation specifically for nature or for being, the good of being is love, such that love is only intelligible that being is only intelligible in relation to love, being the first cause and the unity with the last cause, or final end, or telos, then why would we stop two people who are otherwise unable or unable to live a healthy, happy, loving marriage, which would be a necessary precondition to the production of a family from a Catholic perspective, and so are essentially unable to reproduce in a Catholic manner? Why would we stop them from having a loving relationship with each other and flourishing in relation to Catholic virtues? Why would we push them out of the church rather than bring them into the church and encourage them to engage in healthy sexual activities such that they reflect this loving dance that the Pope referenced? And I don't think that it can be justified. I don't think that we can continue to deny homosexuals the opportunity to have a loving marriage because of what I think is a poor reading of natural law. And I think that there is a caveat here as well. What about people who are, let's say, bisexual or something like that? Would they be obligated to be in a heterosexual relationship? And I think the answer is likely to be yes. If you can actually have a healthy, loving relationship heterosexually such that you reproduce and meet this duty, then you have a duty to broader society to engage in a heterosexual relationship over a homosexual one if you can be loving in either scenario. So all things being equal, you can love a man or you can love a woman, and you can love the same sex or the opposite sex. You have an obligation to love the opposite sex in order to bring around or express your love for society, at least in certain circumstances. Now, perhaps in another circumstance, you could imagine that there is no duty to reproduce. In fact, that reproduction might be harmful to society. And I think that you could then say it's simply a choice, that it comes down to the point of who do you love the most, or how can you express your love the most? And that would be the overall end. What do you guys think? So bisexuals should just be straight? No, I don't think bisexuals should be straight. I think that depending on our broader obligations to society, bisexuals should essentially match their choice should match their obligation. And I also think that homosexuals in this regard would likely have to also be open to adoption if they're willing to marry, that the good of the family needs to be preserved and that they should be willing to adopt. This is a heteronormative perspective. I think artificial insemination is harmful. And I think surrogacy is harmful, at least the commodification of surrogacy. Bruh, I'm too socially progressive for PP's Catholic Code of Conduct. You should see the Catholics, man. They don't think I'm conservative here. I'm hated by the progressives, hated by the conservatives. Do I believe that people should be abstinent? I think that it's a choice to engage in abstinence. I don't think that it need be forced on anyone. I think there's certain scenarios where abstinence makes more sense. Like, for example, if you're risking infecting someone with a deadly disease, it would be a great example where we would expect abstinence generally. Hello, my favorite YouTube philosopher. Oh, hello, Ahmed. Welcome. I do think that homosexual couples can take care of children just as well, and I don't see why we would say they couldn't. I absolutely do. Yeah. So, what do you guys think? Do you think that I like to think that I'm being fairly mediated here. I think that homosexuality, the church has accepted that homosexuality is not a choice, that it's not something that we can essentially change and choose to change, and that trying to do so would be harmful, and we should accept our sexualities, right? So, whether you're heterosexual or homosexual, you have to accept your sexuality. And if that is the case, then a homosexual cannot essentially have a loving marriage with a heterosexual woman, or vice versa, depending on who's homosexual there. And so, I don't know what it's called. Like, is it just a heterosexual marriage? Yeah, just a homosexual couldn't engage in a heterosexual marriage, meaningfully. It would be a falsity. It would be a fraud. It wouldn't actually function, because they couldn't will the good selflessly of the other, as the Pope has already said. So, what are we then? Why are we then denying homosexuals a relationship? Get a haircut, you hippie. Free love, man. No, free love is wrong. Free love is actually wrong. Don't do that. And also, let's point out that the Pope made very clear that pornography unacceptable, and I think it's fair to say that premarital sex is unacceptable. And I don't see how we could even hold a difference between homosexuality and premarital sex. How is one to affirm the Western conception of the Trinity if one is to keep the unity of the first principle? One would have to say that the second and third are mere creations, eternal creations. Anything else seems like sophistry. Absolutely not. I think that you would say it's a necessary that in order for the substance to be fully expressed from the first principle, it begets a middle term and a middle term and what's the word? I don't want to use the word conclusion, but syllogistically, it begets, in order to prove itself to itself, it begets a first term, which needs to be mediated through a middle term, such that it can only know itself through a syllogistic relationship, which is trinary. So I would actually argue the opposite, Ahmed. I would say that the immediate mediation of the Trinity, such that it is 1 and 3 simultaneously, is ontologically necessary for God to know himself, and anything else would epistemologically nullify God or it would remove God's personhood in and of itself. It would remove his capacity to consider himself self-consciously or be conscious of himself. Yeah, premarital sex is unacceptable. Like, it's wrong. Yeah, premarital sex is wrong. Like, why would you? Like, yeah, it's wrong. I'm not gonna say I'll be a hypocrite to say I haven't done it. Like, I'm just, don't cut your hair. What the fuck? I think that in general, like, sex should be within a loving relationship, a committed loving relationship. No, I think the Neoplatonic Trinity actually makes the Neoplatonic Trinity, like I've seen argued for from the Muslim perspective, is very much lacking in reality, such that there's no reason for the spirit to be produced. Like, there is actually no reason, since it is already begotten within the Father in terms of himself, such that God already knows himself necessarily before the act of creation, and is only mediating himself through something that is not himself. So it doesn't make sense that he would actually gain knowledge of himself, since he is mediating it through another, which can never be identical with himself. So like it lacks cohesiveness. Like, and essentially that's where you get like the eternal mind and or the intellect. It also seems to make, and this is the whole point, like the intellect has been made an abstract principle away from God. It's an absolute mess. Like ontologically, it's a mess. I'm sorry. I did a video talking about this more clearly where I reviewed a debate between Joshua Shawade and a Muslim, but one second, I'm just trying to keep up with chat. What if the day before the wedding, the couple are in a loving relationship? Like, I'm not really that bothered, like in terms of whether it's a sacramental marriage or a natural marriage, as it would be termed in the church. But I think that the commitment has to be there equally. And I think the sacrament is a binding, beautiful expression of that commitment, such that it kind of doesn't make sense for it not to be there. But likewise, I mean, I'm in a relationship with my partner and, you know, we're not married. We want to get married. It's more about financial circumstances. So I've lost where I am in the chat. One second, guys. It's because it won't let us move up and down. One second. Also, why do we need to affirm consciousness in a manner we have it? For the first would be like such, it wouldn't be the first as Avicenna showed. I think that God's consciousness would have to be knowable by us to be comprehended, at least partially, not entirely. Obviously, God can only know of himself perfectly, but also it's not a general point about our consciousness. It's an ontological point about how logic fundamentally works. And if you say logic isn't a necessary component of God, and you're going to talk about him in abstracts such that he becomes a complete mystery, I'm just going to say that he doesn't exist and that there's no knowledge of him, because then you're going to make him essentially an unknowable, where I can't see him at all. I can only know of him in his negation, or the negation of his possibility, and that's just absolutely madness. You should just be an agnostic. Like there's, I think the categorical imperative is, as Hegel describes it, as an empty formulation. I think that it's correct, almost dogmatically so. Like, you know, to will the good will is obviously good. But I think the actual way in which Kant derives how to will the good is wrong. Would God hate me if I married my friend for financial benefits? I think that you're not your friend. Yeah, I'm going to say the empty formulation argument. Absolutely. And I think God wouldn't hate you for marrying your friend for financial benefits. I'd say you hate your friend, man. Like, you're not friends if you're marrying for financial benefits. I do believe in the second coming, but it's more in the sense that I believe that the inevitability of reaching the final end, such that like man will reach its telos. Nah, I disagree, Marty. You can. I'm happy to hear it out though. Yeah, you don't need to marry for you to help each other out, man. Like you don't like. There's a difference. Like you don't need a form of false relationship. Yeah, you all should actually. Yeah, like the stream. That's a good point, Epic. Yeah. No, but no. You're seeing first as existence is wrong. Actually, no. Well, yes, but only so far that existence instantly implies its essence as its core eternal unity of its existence. So to affirm that there is something existing, we have to say that it is itself, which implies an essence, which is essentially logical self-relation. How does logical self-relation work? It would have to be an immediate mediation of the self, such that God would reflect himself, such that he could observe himself and perceive himself perfectly to be himself, thus producing aspiration, which is the Holy Spirit. So no, I don't think. I think that presuming essence before existence prior to essence leads to essentially an inability for God to know himself, because he would never necessarily beget himself or self-knowledge. His self-consciousness would be impossible. He would never actually be able to fully know himself. How is he even God then? So yeah. Also, yeah, subscribe, 100%. Do subscribe. No, I mean, if we both moved together as roommates and there was no oh yeah, man, yeah, what's nothing wrong with that? Like, if you're not talking about marriage, then man, like, what you're talking about is like being roommates and helping each other out. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What is the right way to derive it? I don't think it's an empty formulation. In my understanding, the CIA simply states that a will itself has to logically be consistent regarding its precepts. No, not necessarily. It has to be. It in one respect, yes, but it doesn't actually give us the. It affirms that an individual who wills using, that an individual can essentially plug and play concepts such that they can reach a universalization, which is to say that it's logically consistent, and so long as it respects the other, it's fine, right? So as long as it essentially treats others as an end in themselves and it's universalizable, it's fine. That's essentially the foundation of the categorical imperative. And if you do this, you'll reach the kingdom of ends. The issue is, and I mean the real issue is one, these concepts are imperfect necessarily. They're all actually logically flawed, such that you can basically plug and play anything. You can make almost anything logically consistent within the categorical imperative, right? When you actually do plug in concepts, you can kind of just work around it. It's not a very good system of judgment. Also, it doesn't give you the foundation of that judgment. Now, there is like the respect of other people as an end in themselves, but it doesn't give you an indication of who is the other, how you work it out, other than the fact that you'll be able to perceive their reason, right? And one, I think the agency argument is certainly lacking in the Kantian perspective, and I think you even see arguments against that by Kantians such as Korsgaard. But in general, it doesn't understand the... It formulates ends as an already given foundation, rather than something that we are discovering of how to treat someone as an end in themselves, which is essentially what Hegel's saying is the goal of institutions. So the empty formulation argument really is just to say the categorical imperative is not wrong. Like, yes, we are looking for that which is logically consistent and rationally derivable and respects all individuals, but this principle does not tell me how to be rational and respect others. It just tells me the foundations of what is how to engage ethically, which is to be rational and respect others. Well, it's like, yeah, of course, I already know that. It's an empty formulation. It's correct, but it doesn't tell me anything. All of the contents is derived from the institutions of our society. Yes, but we affirm it as such. Well, you affirm something that couldn't possibly know itself. So it doesn't exist. It lacks truth. It's unable to reconcile itself with itself.
I have an objection to this, PP.
Oh, who just joined, man? Is that Marty?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Marty. How are you doing? Are you objecting to the Kantian stuff?
Yeah.
But you've always loved Kant. Come on, then. All right, let's go. What is it?
I guess I just don't understand the empty formalism complaint, because the formulations are supposed to be just the form instead of the content of moral judgments. And when you say that they're like not going to provide any sort of foundation for moral judgments. That's not true. It's true enough that they're not going to provide the content for all of our moral judgments, and you need to, have sense experience and all that in order to fill them in. But it doesn't make any sense to say something like treating a person as a means instead of an end in themselves is an empty formalism, because every time that we do treat them as a means instead of an ends in themselves, it just is a priori immoral, and it's a priori moral when you do.
Yeah, I mean, Hegel's not saying that. He's not saying that it's wrong. He's just telling you that it's not able to provide you, like, essentially what is a treatment of someone as a means as a means rather than an ends. And that's discovered through a process of recognition, which is like applied philosophy, not like essentially, yes, it's right, like in the sense of, yes, treating someone as a means to an end is necessarily wrong, but it doesn't tell you, for example, what a person is, how you should treat them as an end in themselves. That's derived from an understanding of their teleology, of their nature, which is not being provided by the universalism of Kant. And that because we're considering it from a universalistic perspective, and we're respecting it purely in relation to the sort of a priori constructs in the mind, rather than the actual nature expressed in their ontology, we're lacking key content that would inform our actions and our duties.
What about the imperfect virtues that Kant singles out?
Well, I mean, I'm not. I guess my problem. I don't know, man. I guess my problem is that regardless of how we're formulated, and we'll look at it like, okay, Kant can't accept essentially like partial attempts or like in terms of practicality, even sort of makes that explicit. He's not indicating how he's even deriving that except through manner of pure intuition. And like so, for example, right, like the way in which he perceives our relation to our ends is such that it is purely rational, right? Not or rather rational in an a priori sense, and that's why it's lacking content. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's just, I don't know, man. That just seems to, it's not a criticism as much as that is just a description of Kantian ethics, though.
Yeah, but it was a description of Kantian metaphysics, and that's the problem.
It's a description of Kantian metaphysics.
Yeah, because like the way in which he's perceiving. So, for example, the reason is a universal, but it's not an objective universal which we are discovering. Reason is a universal which is already implicit or self-acknowledged in its act. Now, that's partially true, but it's not in the same way that we are actually aware of reason like, it's almost like Kant basically wants to say we can perceive the reasons of others such that we already have access to our moral obligations, where Hegel is saying, no, we don't. We are developing that through moral conceptualization.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Kant denies that, we have some sort of like moral development. That's where the virtue theory comes in, basically. I mean, it's not like one day, like we just pop into the a priori notions of what, the practical forms of thoughts are. Obviously, like moral development comes at a certain type of age, but once you have once you are morally developed, you are an agent. But of course, there's like some sort of like anthropology that Kant gives for all of that moral development from coming to being, and then like from you to have that agency. I mean, it's just that once you recognize, so you recognize sort of an a priori necessity at one point, but it's not derivable from any sensuous experience, right? So, which I think is right.
I think that's right in one sense. Like Hegel's going to say that essentially about like recognition at its most like sort of basic level, that it's an immediate necessity of reason, that it's something that cannot be denied, and it's something that asserts itself upon you, basically. And that's because essentially reality is rational, such that it is governed through a logical structure. It's not derived from something like, but in the same sense, it is something that we develop in relation to how we interrelate with our own desires and express our desires in relation to another. It's not just that we perceive how to engage towards how to be rational. We understand we aren't being rational in relation to the consequences of our actions, in relation to the perceiving of reality, or perceiving of ourselves imperfectly, and understanding that our ends lie somewhere else. So it's just like, I guess the difference truly, and I think the biggest difference is that where Kant perceives there to be this almost, I would argue, like this force from without, which gives us reason, which we cannot really question or know, such that we already have the correct categories of the understanding. At a certain age, they'll be there, and then we can use them. Hegel says we don't necessarily have those, that we do have what we are rational, but that reason is essentially developed through a process of immanent negation, and we are in this process of becoming more of self-actualization, such that we become more and more rational, and those categories develop and change over time in relation to their own application. So reason is self-developing within us, and so the contents can't be derived a priori purely, but it has to have an a posteriori relation for the a priori to be given the contents of itself, such that it can derive its a priori structure. Think of it even in how Kant derives the pure intuition from the intuition, specifically from how it is already pre-synthesized in the experience. Hegel's saying you're trying to make it this one-sided intuition and categorization, where it is the experience you're deriving this from. Yes, that is real, but it's only able to become aware of itself through this process of mediation or synthesis.
Sorry, there's like three things that you said.
No. It's okay. Yeah, no. That's okay.
The first one that you said, I just kind of okay. So I guess like I'm just gonna kind of like disagree on your interpretation of Kant here. That, you know, or at least try to correct it, because I think you probably already know this, but you seem to be maybe contradicting yourself here. We'll find out.
Yeah, go for it.
When you say that the moral principles are sort of like derivable from something external, and then they're imposed upon the subject in Kant, well, that just seems like completely counterintuitive to, I think, the straightforward reading of Kant, that he's an internalist about moral motivation and reason as something being self-constitutive.
Yes,
of the subject.
Let us clarify. I don't mean like when I say a coming from without, I don't mean, let's say, like an empiricist internalization or an like impression. I mean from like a noumenal account of how reason comes into being, from the noumenal self bringing the rational structures into being, already essentially completed, where Hegel's going to reject that metaphysical interpretation of the noumenal self, such that these structures aren't coming into being already completed.
Well, okay, so the critique is you just don't believe in some sort of a priori formulations that you can that you just necessarily have at one certain type of point that demonstrate how moral judgments function. That's the criticism, right?
That's the criticism.
Okay. I'm not really sure if that's. I don't know, I guess, at that point, how you would ever formulate judgments without already having a sense of knowing how to formulate judgments.
I mean, I agree, because it's Meno's paradox, right? There has to be, you have to at least have knowledge of it in order to gain knowledge of it. Like, you have to have knowledge of what you don't know to gain knowledge. You have to have knowledge to gain knowledge, essentially.
Also, the Kantian critique is basically, well, it's either a priori or a posteriori. If it's a posteriori, sensuous content, right? Some sort of faculty of receptivity have to provide us the rules in order to adjudicate what's correct morally. But if we go from a posteriori to the rule, we'll never derive necessity. And we just won't have the means of knowing how morality works, because all of our moral judgments are going to be based on contingent sensuous events. which if they didn't occur, then
If it was
the agent wouldn't be moral, or we're not, it can get into other types of problems like the consequence argument or just removing agency altogether.
Yeah, I mean,
so it has to be a priori where you derive this. And secondly, I would say that at least in part, Kant is a moral constructivist. So when we're deriving it a priori, we're also constructing it through our own self. It doesn't come imposed upon us. We actually generate the moral norms.
Yes, but the category via the categories or via the process of intuition, or process.
No, I'd say even the idea of, like, when you say you read what is enlightenment, what does Kant basically say that enlightenment is? It's when the human agent becomes sort of responsible for their own thoughts. That means when they sort of conclude a priori through themselves what the self-legislating rules are that constitute our morality. Mm-hmm. So they construct the moral imperatives and the forms themselves, but they construct it like a priori, so to speak. So the human being basically constructs like these a priori rules. They come from the sort of self-generation of the human subject.
The moral law within, yeah. But at the same time, like, the way that, and I think that, like, what I'm really trying to express is that I don't think that we have this moral law completed within, such that we can simply categorize correctly without having, the way that Hegel basically argues is to say that the intuition is unaware of itself until it essentially mediates itself through its objectivity, right? So through the object and back to itself, and then it starts to become aware of itself. And likewise, through another, and even more concretely, through another subject, such that we become aware.
I already think that that's in Kant. So, I mean, the role of intuition, at least for the first half of what you're saying, is how do you get experience? You only get experience through intuition. How do you get intuition? Well, it's through the faculty of receptivity, meaning you come across an object that then constitutes the experience, that then constitutes you, right? So you do have through the faculty of receptivity something.
But he also says that this is like a paralogism, right? Where you can't act, where you have to assume the self, and you can't know the self in and of itself. It's assumed because it is the collectivity of particulars, but it is already presumed as the universality, which has been the prerequisite to produce the particular, right? So, like,
hold on, that you can have a belief in the subject or in the soul. You can have knowledge of the transcendental unity of a perception as an activity.
But you can't know it because it forms, like, the way he argues for it is that it forms essentially the transcendental foundation, which is presupposed for you to gain knowledge of the self, and so as such, it is circular. And he says that that's why you can't, and he says it forms a paralogism, right?
The transcendental unity of a perception, or our subjectivity as the cogito?
Our subjectivity as the cogito.
Yeah, that part is right, but you still have the transcendental unity of a perception.
Because it's necessary, because he says that it's necessary and must be assumed and can't be doubted. So it's not like, but what Hegel's basically saying, and the German idealist tradition rejected, was this idea that we can even say that there is this unified subjectivity, which is presupposed in the idea that these are completed categories which are actually rational and capable of expressing truth to its to the nth degree. And that's what Hegel's rallying against. He's like saying, like, look, actually, I must be able to know myself. Like, it's basically Schellen's point of going, how does the self come out of itself? How does the noumenal self come out of itself and cause itself? Right? Like, it's the issue is that the knowledge of the self is the causative aspect, which is essentially the knowledge of the categories that you are correctly rationalizing. The structures of thought have to be made open to consciousness such that it can self-analyze and modify those structures rather than gain them from without in a kind of either a Fichtean way or in a Kantian way. And this is what I absolutely reject. Like, the categories are something that need to develop and progress towards a perfectly coherent self-mediated structure, and that's what Hegel's looking towards doing. And that's why it's an empty formulation, because it's essentially because you're by trying to bring it back to the categories in a pure a priori sense, you are going to lose the categories as they ought to be for what they are, right?
I don't think you. I think I have two problems here. Is just that I don't know how the move that Fichte does through the intellectual intuition isn't just magic, right? Having insight into the cogito.
I'm not justifying Fichte, right? I'm not justifying Fichte. I'm defending Hegel, right? Like,
okay, well, I mean, like even Hegel, I think it's sort of magic how you get to the cogito in the first place.
Well, I think that he wants to say that, okay, like Kant, there is this necessary relation between the self as the unity of apperception and the self as the collective unity of experience, right? As the thinking thing.
Well, yeah, but Kant doesn't do that.
No, Kant doesn't. But then Kant has to presuppose essentially a noumena, and it becomes this unknowable void that...
He doesn't presuppose a noumenon, right?
Well, he sort of uses it to plug a massive gap, which is how do we know the self? Like knowledge of... Yeah, but he's wrong. He's wrong, because then you've lost the categories. Then you've definitely lost this.
No, you still have the basis of the categories through transcendental deduction. You just don't place the categories into the cogito, right? You say that they're a part of the transcendental subject, but that's not the noumenal. That's not. But I guess it's kind of.
He required the noumenal explanation of how these categories could come into existence and provide free reason such that it is compatible with truth. Because otherwise, if you take like in these, I think it's in his third antinomy, and he uses that as essentially an explanation of how we can have
look, I mean, the transcendental categories are just taking in the most simplistic form conditions of possibility for experience. Given that we have experience, we have to have something like these categories. They don't say that they're existing positively in the noumenon. They're not in the phenomenon. They just are kind of a brute thing that's deduced from experience, and then you kind of work backwards from it as the necessary condition.
The point, like, and I mean, I agree that's what Kant says, but what Hegel's basically saying is then unless I can say that those categories have an actual existence, then I have, or relate to objectivity in such a way as I can actually gain knowledge of myself, then I'm not gaining knowledge of experience. Then I can't actually say I'm gaining knowledge of experience. And so like knowledge is essentially rendered impossible, except from a purely formal aspect. And that's not essentially tenable. That's like...
I don't see how that all follows. I just think like you can have experience and knowledge given that you have the conditions for it.
But the conditions, it's whether the conditions themselves are actually rationally structured, like true, against themselves. And the only way that, and what Hegel's saying is the only way that can be judged is when you're an object to yourself and judging yourself. And that's what, and in many ways, actually, the guy in chat who's arguing for the Muslim interpretation of a Neoplatonic Trinity, this is also a response to you, because the whole point is that the subject needs to be able to reflect upon itself perfectly to be self-conscious, and that consciousness is the unity of thought or the unity of the being and essence of the subject, such that they are a whole, such that, like, if you think of it like in the way that the transcendental subject, or the unity of apperception, provides the basis for the middle term, which is the particulars of existence, or the individual singular beings of existence, which when collected form the universality of the subject. That what Hegel's saying is that that middle term has to actually be, like, you have to be able to actually use that as, like, to prove it. You have to be able to say, like, no, this is actually real. Like, that, like, when I say this is a table, or that these categories apply to reality, they have to actually apply to reality for this to function.
Apply to reality. That's the entire point of transcendental idealism, is that you do the Corpuscanian shift, right? It's just like you have
instead of us comporting to reality, right, you have the inverse. You have reality comporting towards our ideas.
But I agree that's what Kant argues, but what Hegel, the problem is it turns on its head when he can't give a justification as to why the categories are correct in themselves, right? Like, they have to be true in themselves and correct in order to essentially relate to, like, to correctly construct reality in order to give you knowledge. There has to be a point in which it's synthesizing properly.
I do if you want to be a transcendental realist. I just don't see the entailment in why they would have to do any such thing. If you're a transcendental idealist, all you have to do is give me the conditions of how experiences are phenomenally, and then work to give the necessary conditions of that.
You've got to be able to give...
Doing the other thing just seems like a transcendental illusion to me.
No,
right?
I mean,
like what guarantees, right, the inverse, that our thoughts in some sort of way comport towards the world in themselves, such that you can have, like, such as you bypass, like, what's known as the access problem, right? That you somehow go outside of your own mind, you look at objective reality, you smuggle it back into your mind, right? And then you know how it works, right?
I mean, Hegel's going to say that object and subject, as we understand it, are necessarily linked to the point that they can only be presupposed, that they necessarily beget each other, such that the subject cannot exist without the object and the object cannot exist without the subject. So his point is to say actually that there is no possibility of a dualism there and Mary's room, because essentially in order to even be able to speak of one or the other, you've already essentially begotten the opposition, which is to indicate necessarily that this unity in the first place is this negative opposition is actually only possible through a higher unity, which is the absolute, which is the unity of opposites, right? So it's like this opposition is actually a one-sided introspection on what we really are, which is not a subject or an object, but a unity of subject and object, and that's the absolute. So, like, right. Hegel's point is really not to say, and that's. I mean, Kant's having the same.
Magic.
That's not magic, man. That's to say that this necessarily has to be the case in the same way that it's an irreducible foundation, such that, like, look at it like this: that in the same way that Aristotle would say that a substance is an irreducible foundation, such that if you remove any component part, it ceases to be what it is. Same thing for the subject or the object. If you remove the object from subjectivity, it ceases to be the subject. If you remove the object from the subject from objectivity, it ceases to be the object.
Let me give you like I guess, just not to continue down this route, because I feel like I'm disagreeing with you a lot right here. Maybe
it's okay, man. Like, disagreement could be good.
But I mean, yeah, I know disagreement is good. It's just like I just don't see any way to, get to the point that you're arguing from it. It just seems kind of like a classic case of begging a question. I actually don't think there is a problem with begging the question. I think all deductive arguments beg the question, and what's going on in begging the question is that you're just trying to motivate the other person into beginning at the starting point that you are. But if they don't have that motivation, right, they're never going to cross over to it. But anyways, let me give you an intuition pump, right? Let's just say I want to know what you would have to say right here. So let's just imagine that there's a cat, mm-hmm. and it sees a laptop in front of it, and you see that same laptop. Mm-hmm. Now, given enough time, right, given the type of creature that the cat is, it will look at that laptop day and night and day and night and day and night for years and years until it dies. But there's not going to be a point in its lifetime as being a cat that it's going to recognize what the fundamental mechanisms of a laptop are like. You will. Mm-hmm. You'll understand the mechanisms, you'll understand the software and all that, but the cat will just not understand.
Anyway. Yeah, to some degree.
So it has just a brute built-in epistemic limit. And whatever its cognition and whatever its sensible intuition is, it's just going to be bounded by those types of things. So I don't think it's crazy, right, to have an epistemic limit in the same sense for a human being, right? All Kant is saying is, look at the world, it's being presented in a certain type of way, much the same way as the laptop is to the cat. That doesn't mean that what the cat is seeing is false, right? Or that it's not real, or that it doesn't have a relationship to the world. It's just merely saying its relation to that laptop is in some way incomplete, And whatever is outside of that, it just has no conception of, and so it only understands it negatively and what it's not.
This is where I would say that this is the difference between us and the cat, in the sense that I would say that a human's made in the image of God, because that language gives us the capacity to self-reflect and modify our categorization such that we aren't tied to the fundamental categories that Kant said. That's why Hegel thinks there are far more categories of the understanding which Kant hasn't taken into consideration, and that these are real and objective, but that we can actually improve and impress upon ourselves things that go beyond or maybe primal natural categorical process, and instead indicate something even by what we can't see through the process of negation, so that by our knowledge of something happening which we are not perceiving, but in relation to what we are perceiving, in the same way that we would measure, the properties of a distant planet by how it passes in front of a star and casts a shadow. That shadow gives us the capacity to know something, even though we don't perceive it, and our lack of perception indicates something. That's something that a cat can't do, but it's something that a human can do because of the process of self-reflection and intermediation provided by language.
But the cat can mediate. The cat can
but
mediate,
not as well as us.
Sure, yeah. But then it's just like, once we get to that point, I'm sure you know, or you can anticipate what I'm going to say. Yes, we have, like, obviously larger epistemic capacities, but our epistemic capacities are not such that they're like gods, right? So what does Kant say? He says, what is the way that things sort of impose to us sensuously, like, for example? Well, they impose onto us things immediately and particularly, and then we mediate it through conceptual analysis. And what's the difference between that and God? In that he combines the immediacy of intuition and the determinacy of conceptualization, and then he immediately, instead of mediately, conceives of all things and understands them in terms of their full determination, unlike ours, which would just be a mediated, partial, particular demonstration of it. I cannot see us bypassing something like that and then saying, like, okay, well, I understand the thing in itself, because that would just mean to have, like, a completed explanation immediately, like God's, right? And that just seems like it's impossible, just given the type of cognition.
I completely disagree with the depiction of God, because I don't think God has. I think God has immediate mediated self-reflection, such that it is not internal. Like, God as the one immediately knows himself, but only because he is also three, permanently mediating himself co-eternally immediately. So it's immediate mediation, not like those are
just contradictions, though. I mean, mediation.
No, it's not. It's sublation. It's a sublation. Like, it is the meaning. It is the unity between the two, such that they are only made manifest with each other. The immediate applies the mediated, and the mediated implies the mediate. Like that. Like that's the whole point of what Hegel's saying. We're actually talking about the same thing, like identity and difference.
Do you think God, has a discursive form of understanding that's temporal?
No, I think that God's self. It's logic. It's a logic. No, it's not. No, it's not. Like, it is a relationship in the sense that it is mediated. It's mediated as in the sense of a logical mediation that would be seen in something like a syllogistic argument, but is instantaneous, necessary, eternal, completely fulfilled. And that's why Hegel would describe God as the absolute syllogism. So he is in his personhood, he is a syllogistic relation between three persons, completed all of eternity. Perfect, immediately mediation. He is the question and the answer. He is the beginning and the end.
Yeah, I agree with all that. It just seems as though when you conceptualize God, he does from the standpoint of eternity, unless you're talking about Christ, the standpoint of eternity, recognize all of this immediately in the same sense that we can represent things immediately.
Wait a minute, what do you mean it depends about Christ? Because obviously I'd say the same thing about Christ, because I'm a Catholic, so Philoque, I'm going to argue for the Philoque, so he's co-eternal. He was there, he was there in the beginning, in John, like in chapter, John chapter 1, I'm going to say Christ was there.
What I mean by that is that Christ, as a human being, at least, is going to be experiencing the world through the same type of understanding, at least presumably, I don't know.
But
I haven't thought about.
I think that's assumed into God through as such that he already had knowledge of himself in time, like that God's relation to himself in time was already present in his eternality. It never changed God. So do you know?
No, I'm not saying it changed God qua God, right? I'm saying it changed through Christ qua the Christ figure, right? Through the Son.
Like God qua man, but then I would say that like God qua man, like man could never have an essential impact on God such that it was already present truthfully and completely in Christ or in God from the beginning.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that. I don't.
So like the truth of God's existence as man wasn't discovered to him, but was already there in the beginning. It was already completed.
Oh yeah. It's already, I mean, everything already has like a godly eschatology, throughout the beginning, which is also in the end. I understand that part. I'm just saying, like, when Christ lived, I can't imagine that, unless he had some sort of like extra cognitive capacity that we're just not aware of, that he was probably thinking temporally. He was making judgments discursively, but who knows? Maybe Christ didn't do that. I mean, who can answer?
Yeah, but that would only be possible through homeostasis. So, like, only because he already has done it, and his communication with the Father is such that he limits himself whilst also having himself to be unlimited. And I think that's essentially the truth of the Transfiguration, like where he reveals, like, to Peter that he is all red, that he is light, that he is one with the Father. And that's the truth of Christ, where like Christ as man, it is part of the truth of Christ, but it's only part of the truth of Christ. Do you know what I mean? Like it's our relationship to Christ. Like it's our humanity that's being expressed most clearly in Christ, and it is our witnessing of him assume that humanity into himself, but he already has assumed it into himself, right?
Okay, that's
from his perspective.
That's mostly fine. Let me move on to another point to go back to what we were talking about earlier, because people kind of like run these sorts of objections against Kant that like, oh well, his categories are, arbitrary or something like that.
I don't think they're arbitrary. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Okay, I will say before you say, I definitely wouldn't say his categories are arbitrary. That would be doing Kant a disjustice. Misjustice.
Okay. Well, I think like if we don't say that they're necessarily like we're necessarily bounded to them, then I think they become sort of arbitrary in the sense that I'm talking about. Right. But like take for example the portion of the critique where he talks about the trifold synthesis, and he talks about like what are the three sorts of aspects of our mind, and he says the productive capacities, the reproductive capacities, and the capacities of recognition. And I think when you look at these sorts of things, right, you sort of can do a conceptual analysis. I'm a little bit hesitant of using that word because people use it for a priori analytic stuff, but here it's synthetic. And if you do that kind of conceptual analysis, you can't help but see like, well, that just is sort of how our experiences are like. For example, we start with production, right? We see objects, and then we reproduce those through temporal succession. And then only through recognition, that is, by the way, and the temporal succession is being able to create repetition among objects at a different temporal slice. So this object at time slice A is then reaffirmed at time slice B, right? Time helps us basically combine that in that temporal succession. And then recognition, which is just basically adding a concept onto that object that's already in the sensible manifold, and then giving it and then making it understandable to us through concepts. I don't see what's a problem with that type of schemata or trifold explanation of the trifold synthesis. I think that's sort of what's going on. We're kind of involved with a bunch of particular immediate objects. They have no particular arrangement until we sort of arrange them in a sort of conceptual scheme, and then we understand and mediate upon them discursively, and then we know what those objects are. I don't see a problem with that, and those do seem like sort of necessary a priori structures of the understanding.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole point of what he's saying in many ways is to say that there are like necessary a priori structures of the understanding prior to the categories, or depending on how you interpret it, that it's the rational structure prior to the categories that make the categories, that are the foundation of the table of like categories, and then they combine into the table of judgments. What Hegel's saying is like, yes, there are these necessary a priori structures such that all rational identities are actually expressing a logical self-relation, right? And that is that's true. But how they combine is greater than what Kant has expressed in the table of categories. That's all he's really saying. Such that the categories in which, or the way in which Kant perceives
Like what?
the concepts is not able to take into account the development of concepts, or the development of the concepts themselves.
Like, how does quality, quantity, relation, and modality develop?
Well,
I mean, how have we developed our cognition? I can grant someone that our sensible intuitions have actually, well, I don't know about sensible intuitions, but I think our how do I put it, formal and concrete conceptions of space-time have changed. I don't know if our intuitive structures of space-time have changed. But I don't know what it would mean to say, like, okay, well, now I conceive of things in terms of not possibility, impossibility, or contingency and necessity,
I don't think that Hegel's saying that's wrong. It's more about how we perceive, like, it's more about the application of the categories themselves and how we're applying the categories, which is whether we're applying them correctly or incorrectly. So, like, it's kind of like one of the things that Hegel really wants to show is that there is an imminent development of identities that expresses many of the truths in is essentially going through the categorical process, that the sort of trinary processes, if you will, that Kant sort of explicating, and that what we're showing here is essentially a syllogistic self-relation, right? In the sense that like that is essentially what we are doing, and if like in all of the categories, or like I mean, what we're expressing is the three figures of logic, right? And Kant wants to say it's four, right? But like the three figures of logic, and Hegel's like, look, that's true. He's saying that is true, but what the difference is how we understand the categories in relation to those figures of logic. Kant wants to say we already have a perfect understanding of the application, that the application is given to us in our reasoning, a priori, where Hegel's saying no, like actually we don't have, until we are aware of how we are reasoning and engaging in our reasoning such that we are aware of ourselves as subjects and we mediate ourselves, we don't have control of our categorical process. That's Hegel's point.
I mean, I don't think we have control over our categorical process, and I don't think Kant would ever say that. I just don't know what it would mean to, like, give a... I mean, I kind of do, since I've obviously read Hegel and the Science of Logic, and I know how he gives, like, this sort of dialectic development of, concepts, and, how being and nothing, or indeterminate being and nothing, create becoming, and then becoming, so far creates determinate being and nothing, I get that part. I just don't see that as really being a refutation of Kant as much as like kind of a different starting point.
I think it's the same. I think it's the same starting point as Kant. This is the thing. I think that he's making the very similar. I think that maybe in the sense that Kant is saying, like, not actually the same, but rather that I think he's actually affirming, in one sense, Kant is right. Kant is right to say that these structures are, well, that these are sort of the structures of what we can actually construct and understand and can say exists. What he doesn't want to say, what he's actually saying against Kant, is that Kant didn't go far enough and say that these structures are objective, and that Kant was wrong to propose a fourth figure in logic, when you don't need to do that, and the three figures did the same thing. So in the same sense that he's like, these are actual categorical structures, that these concepts are real, that the ways in which they are manifest in the world are discoverable and intelligible, such that it can inform us in our application of reasons and inform us of of how we perceive ourselves. And moreover, like when we engage with each other in relation to this common domain, we gain access to how we think, such that we can work through hermeneutically the problems of these universal categorizations that might be we might be in our finitude applying incorrectly.
Oh, I don't think I understand that last part about in our finitude implying incorrectly.
So that essentially in Heidegger's sort of thrownness, in the way that we've already appeared to ourselves, in the way that we have been given these sort of categories, until we can take ownership of our own, the foundations of our thoughts, the structure of our thinking, until we can take ownership for that, we aren't free. We aren't actually able to express our freedom, and our reason is not free. And language is giving us the means of doing that. And that's why free will is not like a binary, like you are free or you're not. I mean, it is in one sense, like you do have volition, but that doesn't really encapsulate freedom. And what he's saying is that for us to be truly free, we have to be able to will the contents of our thoughts such that they reflect what the contents of our thoughts should be. And that means to take ownership of the actual structure of your thinking.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying earlier about Kant basically affirming just that within what is enlightenment, right? And his ethics aren't, I mean, like, to give a clearer example,
but I mean,
Kant is not an innatist, right, about what the a priori concepts are. So they're not just there innately before and then just come sort of before or as the person is born. They're constructed basically through the, I guess, development of the child, both morally and theoretically. It's not like we just have these concepts to begin with. They're generated through the agent's own spontaneity, and then eventually we can get into something like moral constructivism, to where our agency is just constructed through our own self-legislating representations.
But we never take ownership of the constructive process of those categories itself, right? Because that's why he says there is this noumenal self that brings things like causation into effect, and that's how he overcomes essentially what he thinks to be the third antinomy between free will and determinism, or material determinism.
My way of reading Kant is that I mean, he does talk about noumenal causation, but it's the faculty of desire actually in Kant is the source of the causal mechanism basically that moves us around and, like, you know, actually causally moves us around within nature. And the practical will is that which represents moral maxioms of which the faculty of desire can act from. So the practical rationality isn't like, you know, a causal feature necessarily. It's kind of like it's like a formal rule center, I guess, that can sort of give representations that we follow, right, if we find them reasonable. Yeah, right. And the idea is that they are motivating in that sense, so they can motivate us to act certain types of ways.
But yeah, but the motivation comes this is I think the whole point of where it's like Shallon's like the motivation's coming from without, though. Like, so like the rational.
No, I think they come within. So if they came without, then we'd have.
Well, they're doing a noumenal self.
You'd have to have like some disposition beforehand, right, in order to be motivated to buy into moral norms that happen without. But since Kant is an internalist, it's not that I have to develop them from without, that they're already within, and this is where that kind of quote comes in. I don't have to look very often, I can find it with the moral law within me.
Yeah.
They come from within, and then they already just do without them relying on anything else. They just are morally motivating, and we do the good for good's sake,
I'm going to have to quickly be right back, because otherwise I'm going to wee myself. But essentially, I'm going to leave you with chat for a minute, so just give us 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Sorry.
We gotta read some of these.
Simply wanting to do X doesn't make the claim that wanting X is good. Wanting X would be bad, for example, when the maximum of wanting X as a universal rule is under determining the possibility of even wanting X or being able to get X. What? I'm gonna have to reread that. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what you're getting at there, Dogi. The way that I view it is there is a sort of bifurcation between things that are agreeable to the agent and then things that are morally good. And morally good is a different type of desire. It's a moral desire, or one of moral feeling instead of one of sensuous desire. And so the idea in Kant is when we make an action out of moral necessity, we're sort of bifurcating ourselves from sensuous desires. The sources or the origins of our moral actions don't come from nature or any sort of contingent relationships or historical facts of any sort. They come from reason, and they come from the necessity of reason. And that universalizability, that modal necessity of reason cannot be derivable from something contingent or a posteriori. It just wouldn't fit, right? And it's just a different type of puzzle piece altogether, or a different type of methodology. So the idea then is, if we do apply the moral rules, right, and we're indifferent, I would say, to sensuous desires, we're acting from duty and we're doing the good. Which isn't the only way to do the good, but it is the only way of acting from duty. You can also act in accordance with the good. You can act in accordance with the good by doing things that you desire, and those just happen to correspond, and those are good, and those are not from duty. Or you can act just purely from desire without any sort of respect from the good, and those are just acting from things that are merely agreeable to us and being immoral at the same time. So I think there's 3 options there. Maybe a 4th, but I think only 3. Oh. It cannot be identical with the first, or then the first would be contingent because of the composition.
I am back. Whew. Bloody hell. Sorry about that. I had to run.
No, it's fine. I replied to one of your people about agency and morality. So.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Sure, it was good. Yes, hold on a second. You were saying, I know that you said that it didn't come within, from without rather, but from within. I mean, the point
and constructed. So we are. So we are responsible for the thing. See, I mean,
Hegel wants to say what you are, in order for you to take ownership of what you are, such that you are what you are, and there is a unity between your being and essence. You have to be able to unify and know the categories and modify the categories, and that's what, to take the control of the structure of your thinking, and that's what it means to be, essentially, to be one with yourself, right?
Oh, I don't think you need all that. I think it's true enough that you have to change. You have to be able to have some sort of constructive relationship with your moral judgments. That's true enough, right? That's why certain Kantians are Kantian constructivists. Well and good. And that constructing generative process is within internally to the agent. All good, right? We're in agreement there. The part where you seem to be disagreeing is that you have to construct also reason, and it can't come prior to reason itself, right? So it has to come at the same time, which is a Fichtean move, I understand. And I'm not sure if I necessarily disagree with that, or I'm not sure if that's even necessarily incompatible with Kant. I do think like that there's a sense of where, even in Kant, right, through sort of moral development, the person upon sort of recognizing their own subjectivity or recognizing their own morality, they at the same time generate their morality, right? That's kind of a weird way of viewing it, because the causal relationships that are going on there, like the causal moves, seem to be kind of counterintuitive. We always think like that the antecedent always comes before the consequent, right? And then Fichte and Hegel's move is, well, the consequent comes at the same time as the antecedent, and the antecedent at the same time as the consequent.
That's the Trinity.
Right, and I agree with that. I don't think that's incompatible with Kant, though, right? I think that happens in moral development, and we are responsible for our moral actions.
Maybe I'm reading Kant differently to you then, right? And like, I mean, I am guilty of reading Kant through Hegel. Like, I can honestly say that. Maybe I'm not giving Kant credit where credit's due enough. Right, so maybe maybe I can definitely say that.
I do think it's interesting. I think this thing that I just said was kind of like interesting about. It's also about like causation being symmetric instead of asymmetric. Because here's one thing: like, you're familiar with the consequence argument by like Peter van Inwagen, right?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure I got brought up in one of the recent in a recent stream.
It's just the idea that, like, if we're not responsible for the initial conditions of who we are by our nature, then we can't say that we're free, because then the antecedent would just completely determine the consequent of who we are, and if we don't determine the antecedent, then we're not morally responsible. But the interesting
somebody brought it up. That's the thing. I don't know it, but someone brought it up in relation to the compatibility of indeterminism and free will. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with it, but yes.
Well, the interesting argument, if you're a Hegelian or Fichtean or a Kantian, maybe not a Kantian, but the other two, is that if cause and effect are symmetrical, what you can do is start using teleological causation to bypass that objection. So what do you say? The antecedent does determine the consequence. But because I believe in final causality, right, teleological causation, the end also determines the antecedent connection.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. That's exactly what I make this exact argument, because this is how Hegel approaches mechanism in teleology, such that mechanism implies teleology and teleology implies mechanism. So like this is this is the unity of the functioning, right? Like, such that like there is a like, and I even talk about this in terms of evolution, and I really dislike when people talk about evolution just as like dumb efficient causation, where it's like, no, there is a real success condition which develops in terms of like the complexity, such that the reproductive, like, otherwise, why is something reproducing? Like, why is it reproducing? You're just saying, oh, it just happens, mate. Like, and I just don't understand. We're providing an explanation for everything else except this. Like, everything else has a reason. You have to have a sufficient reason for why is this happening? Why is that happening? And such that as long as it conforms to efficient causation, oh yeah, that's fine. But as soon as we get to the point of final causation or formal causation, so we can provide, let's say, like the explain the identity relation of a being and its offspring, of DNA in itself, whatever it is, it just falls apart. Like,
well, I think it falls apart, as like, I think it was Hegel, it could have been Schelling, with a single blade of grass, right? Even probably a single cell organism, I think it begins to fall apart, because there's just no way of explaining any form of biology without function, and function necessarily presupposes final causes.
Yeah.
I have the only argument that I've ever freaking heard against this is always the same one. Well, just because, we're using function as an explanatory device doesn't mean that it's
instrumentalism.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's ontologically the case. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you can give that objection, but that's not an objection against that. That's an objection against all of realism, right? Like,
yeah, like this isn't what actually exists. This is just a way of expressing what we take to be the best relation to existence. And to be fair, this actually ties very well in. Did you see on Twitter between Philip Goff and Sabine Hossenfelder, where like Sabine, who is like, obviously she's like a physicist on YouTube, right? And I actually love her content, right? I think she does some really great science show stuff.
I don't.
You don't like her content? I do. I think she's funny, and I think she does a good job of just layperson explain to the layperson basic stuff that's fundamental things that are going on in science today and stuff. And I think it's fun. I don't necessarily, but I think that her interpretation of the philosophy of science being so instrumentalist was so harmful to science, such that like she's like an electron doesn't exist. Like she's not an ontological realist, and it comes to the point in which it's like pure pragmatism. But it's like, well, how do you even know the conditions, the pragmatic conditions, which are like the ethical foundation for the usefulness of your subject that you're relying upon for this instrumentalism? Like it's like, what was it? What is it instrumental to? Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I've asked this sort of question with people like, okay, if I have like a really practical thesis A and a really practical thesis B, like what makes it such that like A is more practical than B, right? You can't just like say, oh, just because it's practical, right? Like that's the question. Like, why is it fucking practical?
Why is it fucking practical? Exactly.
It's just like, but it's just like, I think they're going to do what every philosopher does, right? When they don't know the answer to it, they're just going to say something like, well, it's a primitive, right? Or it's just, What, like, and it's annoying. It's definitely annoying.
But it's a real thing. It is a real thing that you will say more and more today. Like, and I think that, and I just don't know why they can't just bite the bullet on, like, even if they go, I don't know, right? Because I think like there's a lot of times I've got to go, oh, I don't know. Like, I don't like, it's, I'm going to do some research on this. And I don't think there's anything wrong, especially if you're especially someone like Sabine, right? Where in reality, she's a physicist and not a philosopher. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a little bit of humility there and going, actually, I think this guy, Philip Goff, probably knows more philosophy of science than me. I do disagree with him. But I need to go and do some more research and see whether his position actually has more merit than mine. Like, you know what I mean? Like even if you're not convinced by his position, which is fair enough, like just have the humility to go, okay, but like this guy's got some pretty powerful counters to what I'm saying. Maybe I need to reconsider my position, or at least like delve into the philosophy more. But I think that the position in philosophy now of like everyday philosophy has like, it's just like what we're seen as like this sort of unnecessary subject, and it's such a problem.
I get what you're saying right here. I wanted to also say like I really don't trust, because I was complaining earlier, I really don't trust like physicists to give like a very good account of a lot of philosophical topics. They just always seem to like give really bad fucking arguments for like why free will doesn't exist, and always involve like, consequence argument.
Sabine did the same thing, right? So I got her book, and I was going to review it, and I still need to. Existential physics, right? And I was hoping for something like genuinely impressive, like for example, like because she does quantum physics and stuff like that, right? And she was really big into quantum physics, so I was hoping for a sort of a developed philosophical take informed by our engagement in the physical sciences, right? Like, and that would have been amazing. No, it wasn't that at all. And I don't know why I had me hopes so high. It wasn't that at all. Free will doesn't exist. Why material causation? All right, great. Okay, thanks very much. Goodbye. That was it. Like, I was just like, oh, fuck's sake, man. Like, it's just like, come on, man. Like,
one of the types of things, but I think you need like maybe you don't need a Kantian position,
But one of the types of things like Kantian positions are really good at like breaking apart. You kind of see this in the antinomy and then the transcendental ideals section in the critique is Kant doesn't believe in completed explanations. He believes in the PSR, which is fun, right? Like nobody or a lot of people don't believe in the PSR and necessitarianism. Sorry, a lot of people that do believe in the PSR believe in necessitarianism, but he both holds necessitarianism in the natural world, but also doesn't believe in completed explanations. And it's just like, and because there are no completed explanations, there's no set of facts that necessitate an outcome. And because no facts, necessitate an outcome, you have at least one formal condition that's necessary for free will. Now, the other one that you need is obviously like noumenal free will and, practical reason and all that kind of stuff. That's the positive project. But the negative project is we're not completely determined. There is no completed set of explanation because there's always going to be like, some other explanation that's outside of that explanation, so on and so forth. It's not just an infinite recursion argument, but I'm not going to get into it right now.
I mean,
and if you kind of deny this completed explanation thing, like they can't do this move of where it's just like, oh, well, if we just had the completed set of facts, we couldn't have done anything other than A, right? And I'm like, well, there just isn't no completed set of facts. So you could have done any something else in any sort of other situation. So you make room for libertarian free will, I think, and I think that's the correct answer.
I think that's interesting. I disagree, right? As a Hegelian, because I do believe that we can actually form a completed set of facts. And Hegel also believes in a necessary being, and like the sort of conclusions of, well, he doesn't actually even say it. He actually really likes St. Anselm's ontological argument. But I think that the way that he sees a necessary being is a being which is perfectly self-actual, such that like it's absolutely compatible with the sort of Christian approach that God is freeing himself. And but we'll not get into the controversies of necessitarianism. But the thing that I like about Hegel in a similar sort of vein is to point out that there is when you're being too one-sided in an approach, you lose sight of the truth. Such that I think that this is what happens with material causation, and it's sort of that where it's like you can't gain from this perspective or any one-sided perspective, which is really all human perspectives, the complete picture, such that you can actually piece this together. But more than that, it's to say that it's not something like that it must happen exactly the way that it has and always will. Against free will, because free will is part of necessity for Hegel, right? Like such that necessity and that the relationship between them, we talk about necessity in order to make something intelligible when we talk about necessity, is almost to contravene it against something which was accidental, which was
I can't hear you right now.
Oh, in order to express necessity, in order to come to the truth of necessity for Hegel, we're basically contravening it against accidents, such that you gain that the substance is the unity of accidents. So he opens up a door for free will in a way which is free will is acting in accordance with one's nature, but you don't have to do that. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't already predetermined, such that you as an absolutely free being would always act in such a way as to be intelligible, as to be understood and historically analyzable within a whole system, whilst also having free will. So like I'm very much like how Hegel blends these things together. Unlike Kant, I think Kant thinks very much like efficient causation is, unless it's overcome by this, in like essentially this gap within his reasoning, would leave no room for free will, where it is either essentially it's either if we are to provide a first cause and actually provide the information or have knowledge of this necessary being or this completed relationship of reality or the self or whatever it is that essentially formulates how a being acts, then we lose freedom. Where Hegel says actually it's quite the opposite. That's where we gain our freedom from. It is the unity with this, essentially this free movement, this with reason itself, that is freedom, and it's like self ownership and self actualization. So maybe it's just like how we approach freedom, but I think in general, I think that what we can certainly say is, regardless of the approach you have these days, like the position of nominalism and materialism, and especially that argues for determinism from this, is just, I think, just incredibly flawed, like such that Kant is 100% right in saying like it will destroy free reason and so negate itself. And I think Kant was 100% right for pointing that out. Like it will annihilate itself.
You know, one of the things that I think that's going on with a lot of the people that I've encountered is, particularly on the internet or Discord, about issues of free will and determinism and things like that, is that I think they've bought into this idea of like messianic, it's another type of like Christian eschatology, but it's like a messianic science, right? That science will eventually have a completed explanation of everything, or like there will be a natural explanation for everything. And it's just like the same type of criticism that they level against like the theist for God of the gaps argument just becomes the nature of the gaps argument.
Exactly. No, I completely agree. Naturalists do that all the time. They do that all the time. I completely agree. Like, and it's unbearable. It really is. I mean, I believe in a completed explanation, but I don't believe that any one field or any one form of inquiry could possibly give us that. And I don't.
I mean, I believe in completed explanations, but only as like a thing God can know. I don't think human beings, have.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely perfectly. Yeah. I mean, but I think that comes to a point of. But I think that we have to presuppose that a human could know it, but only through revelation, right? Like the perfection of reason through revelation, which I think Kant is partial to, and I think Hegel's partial to, and I think pretty much all theists are partial to, in like the idea of the beatific vision. But Hegel wants to say, I think, that it is a process of becoming more virtuous that essentially leads us to the beatific vision, and that's a gift. That's God's grace within us. Where I think that, depending on other Christian thinkers, it's more of like a top down, like it's more of like, it's not top, it's more like sort of just like a hand wave, like depending on you just do it, don't worry, it's a miracle.
Hey, I wanted to, since I'm here, I wanted to go back to like one of the arguments that you had with ask yourself, or any of these name the trade arguments from like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, the good old days. I actually mentioned ask yourself like yesterday, right? Because I had someone just pop in a chat, and they were just totally like, you can go and watch it if you want. Like, it's just this guy. He's just so fucking narcissistic, and he's just like, he wants to talk to us about. I'm still actually not even sure what he wanted to talk about, and I kept trying to ask him like, I'm sorry, mate, I don't know what you're saying. And I was like, I don't know if it's because I don't understand the words, if I don't understand the content, I'm not sure. And I kept saying this, like, again and again. And it just felt like every time he's trying to prove, I was like, it's not that he's trying to prove what I'm saying wrong. It's trying to prove me wrong. Because I don't even know what we're debating, but he's trying to debate us on something. And it's just, I think it's the same thing, and ask yourself, it's like, it's not about what we're talking about. It's that I'm wrong and you're right, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really care to talk about them, but have you ever read like Course Guard's like response to
hello?
Cases?
I didn't hear that.
To rationality.
You cut out. Just I heard Course Guard's response to, and then it cut.
Hold on just a second. Give me 1 second.
No problem, man. How's everyone doing in chat? You guys doing all right?
Oh yeah, they're called I remember now. They're called marginal cases, right? So the name the trade argument basically like relies on marginal cases.
Yeah, I mean it is essentially an argument. It is just the argument for marginal cases made like quote unquote modal.
right? And there was a reply that Korsgaard gave in Fellow Creatures that I thought was like pretty simple. And she's just basically saying, like, look, when you try to name an attribute based on marginal cases, like, like what about the immensely, profoundly mentally disabled people that can't even think rationally? And her argument, it seemed like kind of an Aristotelian argument, but also a Kantian argument, just simply like, look, it's not any attribute that we need to look out for in particular, that if you name that trait, you can, get rid of it or add it on or something like that. It's that you have to look at the organism as a whole, or as the species of things. That's essentially what's at stake and why we value, or why we consider that
identity.
Creature.
That's Hegel would say the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
And it's the identity. It's like, and which is like, and I mean, the whole point of that Aristotelian like point is to say like likewise, like something in order to give an account for things like disease and disorder, of like improper functioning of like form. If you were to say like the form of something implies functioning X,
right.
You're going to have to basically say that something is working or it isn't working, which implies that something should or should not be there.
Yeah, that's exactly. Like, I think the people that use the NTT argument are always working with what I call like operative functions. But like, I think there's a difference in obviously something being not operating and then something just not having the type of capacity altogether, right? So like, it's not that a gecko can't think morally because it's like, it's like broken or whatever. It's just that it just can't. It's not in the species of things that are able to do that. And that's why that's one of the reasons we would say like, well, that's why I just don't treat it within the same level of respect. Right. So
I mean, to be fair, like I would say like, obviously are you still a vegan? Actually, you were a vegan as well, weren't you?
I tried. Yeah, I tried. I couldn't do it after I got chronic fatigue syndrome for medical reasons. So I had to go back to eating meat.
I don't know the specifics of the medical condition, so I'm not going to like sort of engage on like your health. But I trust that you'd be doing everything you can. Like, would you agree that like, because you would be vegan if it was impossible or impracticable for you to not? I mean, I don't know the specifics which would lead you to, like, what led you to like have to go back to animal products, just in terms of practicality. I know it's probably uncomfortable to talk about your medical health online, which I understand if you don't want to. I'm just wondering if it's something that can be mediated or resolved.
Okay, yeah. I mean, no, it's not that big of an issue for me. I mean, I converted to vegetarianism, not as a diet, but also as like a lifestyle, and that just might be like a semantic dispute, I think. Like, I think that we need to be like, what's the word for it? It's not shepherds of the animal kingdom, but like protectors.
Stewards.
Of sorts.
What? Did you have like the name? Because I just can't remember.
Stewards. I just said stewards.
Yeah, stewards. Yeah, that's the exact word that I was looking for. Like stewards of the animal kingdom. So it is a semantic dispute. I would say something like, it depends. If you view veganism as like stewardship, then I'd be okay with saying that veganism is good and that's what we need to do. But
yeah, that's essentially what I would say.
Yeah, but there's also the vegans that basically say like, oh no, we need to offer the same autonomy and the same form of human rights to an animal as we would a human being, and that I couldn't get on board because I just do think
that's someone like Vegan Gains. But I think in general, like, it's how you understand human rights. I do think that, like, what is the grounding of human rights in the first place? And I think that human rights are grounded from our animality and are expressed from our animality as much as that our animality is part of our humanity, right? Like, and so the rights of an animal are applicable to the proper flourishing of its nature. And so what we should be trying to do is express and allow for the greatest degree the flourishing of all sentient beings, would basically be my position. But yeah, like, so that, like, obviously you don't give a squirrel or a rabbit the right to vote or something that would be improper to the nature of a squirrel or a rabbit. Likewise, you don't give it to children because it would, even though it would be improper for their being.
Right. Okay. So we agree on that. So I mean, I agree with all that. I think we're on the same page. It is just sort of a health thing for me. When I
Okay.
tried to continue like veganism, or I don't know, I even tried like a keto diet basically, and for whatever reason, I don't know if it's like related to the chronic fatigue syndrome, but it seems to be, because people who have chronic fatigue syndrome have like an energy crisis, and diets can really fuck them over and make them feel awful and crash, and then I would be in like immediate horrible pain. So whenever I tried to do something like a vegan or keto diet, I would feel like I would just have a lot less energy, and then panic attacks would just kind of ensue, and I would have like fibromyalgia and I couldn't stand up and things like that.
Right.
So
I mean, that's awful. Obviously, you can't. Like, I guess it's one of those things where, I guess, like, if you wanted to, like, obviously, what did you eat? Like, out of curiosity, like, what were you actually eating when you were trying to be vegan? Like, was there specific foods that were causing the problem? Like, is it like so? Like depending on how it works, is it something that, is it something you're lacking, or is it something that you're intaking? Such that, like, if you were to basically eat the same diet but add meat, were you having the problem, or was it just like, or like, so first, like, what were you eating? How was that, and what was it that was impacting you? Do you know? Or?
I don't remember anymore because it's been over a year at this point, unfortunately, since I've like given up. Especially when the chronic fatigue became really bad. But
I understand it's very difficult when you're faced with like obviously like trying to do many things, like obviously when you're faced with health problems, and you definitely sympathize with you there. The only thing is, obviously, is like, well, if you want, we can have a chat and talk about what you eat and what you can't eat, and how and why, and then I could help you try and find a solution to, like, if we can find the problem out, then we can find a solution to it, such that you can live like essentially a vegan lifestyle without and then be more, or even rather like have the, because it seems to me that you already value animals such that you want to be vegan, but that trying to be vegan caused you physical suffering, so it's an impracticality. So you are vegan, you're just not able to eat a plant-based diet. Like, I don't imagine you buying leather and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, so it seems to me that, like, what you need is someone who has maybe a knowledge of nutrition, and it might even be able to help you out with your health condition, if you know what triggers it, or exacerbates the problem anyway.
Well, that's just it, man. Nobody knows the mechanisms or the course of action for like what causes flare-ups and what doesn't cause flare-ups, because some people like benefit from a carnivorous diet on chronic fatigue syndrome. Some people benefit from a keto diet. Some people do benefit from a vegan diet, and some people don't. And unless you just you understand like the entire physiology of like autoimmune diseases, and nobody does.
Yeah, no, it's very complex. It's very complex, and I'm thinking that, like, obviously, like with autoimmune conditions, like gut bacteria and essentially things that you consume can have a massive impact. And when you're saying like things like carnivore and vegan and like various diets are improving upon these things, I think there's a few things. There's obviously energy, like keto and stuff. It might be like energy dispersal mechanisms. So like obviously the like ketosis. So they do this with like epilepsy and stuff as well, where like apparently ketosis is a better way of basically giving the brain energy than is it like glucosis, or like essentially to give you like not glucosis, it's like normal respiration. I can't remember what it's called, where you basically glucose gets delivered to the brain. Glucosis. I'm probably an idiot there, but like
yeah, go ahead.
But like, and there's that sort of side of things, but then there's also the side of things like of whether you're triggering an autoimmune response in your gut, which is essentially causing the problem, like from your gut, is essentially expanding outwards to your broader immune system, like your bodily like inflammation and stuff like that, and like creating like releasing like stuff into your blood that you might be able to cope with. So it's like what I would say more than anything is, and I would recommend, is keep a food diary. And that's the first step, where I would say that, like, just personally keep a food diary and look to see if there's something that, like if there's something triggering it, or if in a day when you don't eat something, does something happen, and you'll start to maybe put the pieces together. That's the only thing I could really say. and maybe
Well,
seek medical attention. But I know the United States is a bastard for that. So
Oh, dude, I've already seen like over 30 doctors, and they don't know anything. Like nobody knows anything. The actual like best doctors that I've gotten to help me with this issue is like switching over to Eastern medicine, specifically traditional Chinese medicine, and doing herbal supplements. These types of herbs seem to work holistically instead of modularly. So instead of tackling a neuroreceptor or whatever, like it seems to help like the entire body as a whole. And I have like an autoimmune disease that is a multi-inflammatory kind of disease that targets the body as a whole. And so like this medication has been somewhat helping, although whenever he changes it out, I crash as well. So the problem that I have with like changing diets, even though I'm still trying to do it, is that anytime I do it, right, anytime I try to experiment, I'm experimenting with my body, and then it causes me to crash when I experiment. And I mean, it's like
yeah,
the panic attacks are so insanely bad. Like I said, they can last 7 days straight, and you wish you were dead at that moment. And it's just like, how many times am I going to experiment with a food diet or with like pills, at the cost of my own body, and then eventually like just making the condition worse to where I'm going to be miserable my entire life? And those are the types of questions that I have to ask myself, and it's kind of hard to ask, whether I want to be a vegan, whether I want to be ethical or moral when you're going through it.
Yeah, I understand. Like obviously, it's enough in and of itself. Well, I mean, the only thing and the reason I recommended just keeping a food journal is because the worst thing that can happen in that is you gain a greater insight into yourself, and like maybe and you might pick up on a pattern, and like regardless of anything else, like knowledge is power, and if you it can only do you good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean for sure. I mean, I'm gonna continue like a journal diary, see what I can get, but I haven't been able to
pick up a pattern. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not a physician, and as you say, like even the physicians are stumped. So, I mean, I just wish you the best, obviously, mate. Like, and I know that, like, remember, like, you are a vegan, even if you don't eat a plant-based diet. If you cannot find like essentially a healthy solution. Like that vegans accept that, possible and practicable. And, with you being a vegetarian, it seems like even though despite you having health pushbacks that you're trying your best. And I just like, and I know that, you will try as much as that, can be expected. So, I just hope that you gain some, like, obviously insight into yourself in general for your well-being, for the well-being of animals, and just in general, it can only, but obviously, just best of luck. That's the only thing I can really say, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, man. I have encountered some vegans that are basically like, yeah, just sacrifice yourself for animals. It's just like
I'm not a Janist. I'm not a Janist. No, I'm not. No, like it's like if it's like I remember my friend saying it was like it's like, oh, if it was you or a pig on a desert island, Lewis, and I was like, what do you mean me or a pig on a desert island? I was like, if it's me or you on a desert island, it's you. I don't know what. Like, I you're putting me in an ethical situation where it's me or almost anyone else. It's them. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's like if you throw me in a battlefield and I'm getting shot at, I'm shooting back. Like, I'm not a pacifist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it comes to a point where it's like, I
was called I haven't looked into this, but I was called like a welfarist by some like vegans criticizing me like a month or two ago, and I was just like, I just don't understand like why you think a stewardship model is just like welfarism. But,
yeah, I mean, like the thing is that you sound like you would be pro-abolitionism. That the only problem is that you're not able to act in accordance, like because of your lack of like medical knowledge in relation to what's causing the problem, and like your health concerns. You're not able to essentially align your practice with your values, which I think, it's like, well, I think in that sense, like in the Catholic sense, not in a condescending sense, I think you've got to pity that situation, right? Like that's shit in itself, right? Like where you're like, I'm doing this thing that I'm not really comfortable doing because I don't know what else to do. And I think that's really shit. And it's not like I can say to you, oh, just do this thing because I don't know what you should do. Do you know what I mean? And that's one of those, like, you know, points where it's like, look, I'm not a doctor, and it's like, if you're saying like obviously I'll say like 99.9% people, like, they can be vegan, plant-based, no problem, right? In this case, there might be a way for you to do it. I don't know how you're supposed to do it. You don't know how you're supposed to do it. The doctors don't know how to sort it out. So it's like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm essentially like, I'm not going to be a fucking guru and just sort of mystically you know what I mean? Like, yo, mate, like, just there you go. Here's the answer. Seek within yourself. You know, like, it's like, fuck me, man. Like, obviously, it's like, there might be a scientific solution. There might not be, right? Like, and, you know, I can't pretend that I know it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's true enough. I appreciate that. You know, it's been kind of occasionally difficult to reconcile those two perspectives. I will say though, like, you know, if we're playing confession hour right here, switching over for the last year has definitely made me a little bit not as sensitive to animal cruelty as when you are actively doing it, right? You kind of like lose touch of it, I think, dispositionally, as you're kind of forced into a different type of lifestyle. So, I mean, I understand the Catholic response that you're giving me, or like the Christian response. I don't know if I can absolve myself of all that sin just through that act. I mean, but it has been very difficult trying to find a way of getting, like in terms of a diet, trying to find like what works at this point. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say on that.
Honestly, best of luck, and just like, obviously keep trying, and I hope your health improves, really, you know. And Waximus, it's not the same as Alex O'Connor, because Alex O'Connor one made radically different claims about ethics than what we've just heard from Marty here. And two, Alex O'Connor's explanation of his health was also radically different. And you can go and, like, I suggest going and checking out someone like Lifting Vegan Logic's response. So I don't think it's comparable. I think it's apples and oranges, in fact. But thanks very much. Anyway, Marty. Is there anything? But I mean, on another point, is there anything that you'd want to talk about before you bounce and continue the stream, or like that as well? Or
Oh no! I don't want to catch up more of your time. I'll let you to it. I am kind of curious in what Alex has to say, but at the same time, I'm not curious because I think that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But he's just
he went from a very strong stance to a very weak stance. Like, where it's complicated. You have to kind of watch almost the story unfold, where he talks to Michaela Peterson and stuff like that, where he basically affirms that maybe even most people can't be vegan and stuff like that, which seems to be like actually unscientific, where it's like, actually we've got evidence to say the contrary, and plant-based, and and also even just ethical claims in relation to animals and, like, hunting, where he says actually, like, the vegan thing could be to hunt animals and stuff like that, which again I don't think is justifiable. And overall, he's like, you talk about it from a convenience stance. So, like, for example, you're out with your friends in Rome, and there's nothing to eat but like pasta with egg in it. Is there anything wrong with just getting the pasta with egg in it? Where it's like, well, you could just go on Happy Cow or whatever and just find a local restaurant. Like, it's not like, it's more like Alex O'Connor's arguing from a point of convenience rather than necessity. And even in relation to his necessity, he's not like you, where you've went, I've tried to resolve this, I saw doctors, I was trying to get this done, we don't know what's causing the problem. And it's not like that. It's more of like, he didn't even go and see a doctor, he didn't do anything like that. So it's like, it's apples and oranges, man. It's like, it's not the same thing. Like, if you had said to me, like, I've not seen a doctor, I just can't eat meat, then I'd be like, maybe you should go and see a doctor. Do you know what I mean? Like, but it's very much like, he's argues from convenience and stuff like that.
Yeah, I do need to see a nutritionist. I just don't see. I don't know. It's just like, no matter what doctor I see, no matter what doctor I see, they just don't specialize in chronic fatigue syndrome. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, best of luck to you, man. And if I'll ask about if there's any like vegan nutritionists that could even chat to you and like talk to you about just your symptoms, like, in general.
Yeah, if you find anyone that knows like specifically
chronic fatigue
then
syndrome, I'll pass them on. Yeah, man, 100%. And just best of luck. Best of luck, man.
All right, bro. You have a good one.
You have a good one, man. Take it easy. He might not have told the whole story, no, because he got called out on it, man. He got called out on it, and I'm pretty sure he admitted to not having seen a doctor or consulted anyone, and like it was one of the main things that people said, like, well, why didn't you? And he wouldn't give a defense for it, and then he was making nutritional claims that he couldn't defend with Michaela Peterson. And then he made arguments from convenience, and then he was making arguments in terms of utilitarian ethics where he thinks it could be justified. Yeah, absolutely, Ahmed. Absolutely, throw it over. What is your argument for the God of the Bible being true? Oh, hey, I would argue for, first I would start by arguing for a necessary being from PSR, but then I would argue that the conclusions of a necessary being, when we look at the properties of a necessary being or characteristics of a necessary being, we will find the traits of omnipotence, omnipresence, omnibenevolence, omnipresence, and eternality. We'll find them as having a personal relationship with reality, such that they are directly, continually, causally related to reality, and I would argue that ontology in general can only be understood through a Trinitarian stance, such that it is, in the Hegelian sense, that it is a unity of opposites, or a mediation between two extremes, and that is the foundation of identity. And yeah, so are you actually Dr. Avi? Is that Dr. Avi? Is it? Welcome, man. How are you seriously positing a multiplicity in the first, such as to negate his necessity, or positing the external emanation previous is a formal contradiction? It's, well, only, no, like, I don't think prior is formal. Like, if we say that like being and essence are one in the sense that they are together, the essence is just the reflection or the truth of the being, such that it is the being and consubstantial with the being, that it was implicit necessarily, logically, immanently from the being, but the being is one with the essence. Now, my point would be to say, from your perspective, unless you can say that the essence, the actual intellectual component, the divine intellect was one with God, how could you even say that it is, that God has any knowledge of himself? It's essentially you lose the mediation present necessarily within the divine if you don't suppose that there is a self-mediation actually occurring, in which he is reflecting upon himself, in which he perceives himself as otherness and perceives himself as sameness simultaneously. So he perceives himself perfectly as himself, looking at himself for all of eternity. And that's not something that can be presupposed. That's something can be supposed from a single person. It requires three persons in that, in fact. The knowledge wouldn't exist, Ahmed. That's my refutation. The first intellect and spirit would not exist. The knowledge of God doesn't exist in the Father alone. It exists in the mediation of the Father and the Son, and that thereby exists the truth of God. You're trying to have an identity which is unmediated. I'm saying that an unmediated identity cannot exist. Like, the way that you would have it is that X, that, like, in the sense that truth would be perfectly a 1-to-1 ratio, such that the being and the essence are one and the same, such that X equals X. That is the mediating process which perfectly synthesized forms an identity, where you're wanting to take it as a one-sided conception of that formal relation. I'm back, play me in Hearthstone. All right, no problem. No, I recommended this guy talk. Give me the contradiction that is entailed by Jesus not being born in Bethlehem. I don't know what you're asking for, Sam. And I'm happy to talk to Avi. I've spoke to Avi before. The Holy Trinity or whatever being necessary property of God still doesn't get you to Christianity. I mean, it absolutely does get you to Christianity, because it depends on how you understand the Bible, right? And the Bible is expressing the truth of the Trinity and our relationship to God. So it absolutely does. If we're talking about like an all-loving, omnibenevolent, omniscient God, which is Trinitarian, such that he is capable of being the perfect conception of ourselves and one with ourselves, and that's essentially the beatific vision, then or it makes the beatific vision possible. We are 100% talking about a Christian conception of God. You just don't like it probably because it doesn't relate to how you would want to interpret the Bible or how you believe the Bible should be interpreted. But if you interpret the Bible metaphysically and philosophically, you absolutely can come to this conception of Christianity, and it would be a Christian conception. It doesn't make God composed. It doesn't violate the PSR, because it is the unity of possibility and actuality as a single, perfectly actual being. It is the unity of being in essence. It doesn't violate the PSR, Ahmed. You're looking to say that it violates the PSR because there is something outside of God which causes God, when actually it's something immanent to God that is self-causing himself. So is self-actualizing. So it doesn't violate the PSR. You don't have three parts unless you affirm partialism. I'm not affirming partialism. I'm saying that they are all equally God, co-substantially, and together represent the truth of God. They are all God, right? But together are one God. They are consubstantial instantiations of God, taken in three logically distinct modes, which together form a self-referential relationship. They necessarily imply each other's existence. There are more than there's forms of Hinduism that are Trinitarian, but and the PSR depends on how you understand necessitarianism, whether it contradicts Christianity, or rather how you understand the logical conclusions of necessity. And I've only just spoke about this recently. I was talking about this with Marty, who was just on. But I didn't really delve into it. I even said I'll not bother delving into that right now. PP, do you count by identity? How do you count that there are three persons within the Trinity? I would say that the personhood in the Trinity is defined by interrelation between the moments of God with himself, such that they are perfect, complete moments interrelated to himself, such that it can only be expressed as a person, a completed person, self-relating. Yeah, nothing causes God other than himself, Ahmed. Self-caused. He is purely actual. Otherwise, you'd be making God, essentially, you'd be taking God's personhood from him. And that's what I think you're doing. You're taking the personhood of God from him, such that he becomes an empty nothingness, a bad infinite, and impossible to know, even to himself. there are three different persons, yes, three different instantiations, but that's not three parts. Parts would imply essentially that they represent incomplete versions of the same substance, but they don't. They are complete instantiations of the same substance, such that they are consubstantial. They are different in the way that they are directed towards themselves, in the way that they understand and engage with themselves. And that's like the Son is defined by his relationship with the Father, which emanates the Spirit. The Father is defined by his relation to the Son, which emanates the Spirit. And the Spirit is defined by its relationship with the Father and the Son. And that's the difference. They don't have separate essences, they have separate personhood, but there is one single consubstantial existence. There is a divine essence. You don't understand the Trinity, Ahmed. It's the identity, it's not a counting problem as a logical issue because they are not separate. It's in the same way as that it's hard to give an example of something contingent without essentially showing it to be like, I can take water in its particularity, right? In a certain amount of water. I can take water in its universality, in the concept or its identity, right? Think of this as identity and difference, such that the identity of God implies the difference of God, which implies the mediation between God and himself. He is not different from himself. He is self-identical. That's essentially what's being implied in the Trinity. No, Ahmed, that implies that the identity of indiscernibles is incompatible with a logical unity of being an essence, or of essentially of the three figures of logic, such that it could even unite into a single conclusion, which it is not. Like, you're looking at this as external identities which are different to each other, when it's actually the logical identities internal to a single substance. These are the three essential, the three essential components of God, such that any one part implies the other, or rather any one person implies the other, but that they are equally substantially God simultaneously. So X equals X equals X, right? But such that they are defined by their interrelation as X, X, and X. I have to get that like bloody thing up, won't I? Where it's just the... Where is it? Where's the GIF? Where's the silly GIF? It's essentially, right? See if I can... Right. That's how you need to think of it. One, but three. Self-mediating, self-relating. Right. That's how you need to think of it. That's how it works. Okay? like such that the qualitative quantitative relationship which you're assuming in terms of identity is founded by this interrelation, right? This is the logical presumption of self-unity. And self-unity is X equals X, such it is a mediation between dyads. But the dyad falls away to show that it is a single thing. So it is one thing mediating itself. That's the relationship of the persons in the Trinity. If X equals X equals X, then we only have X. Yes, you have one substance, right? But three instantiations of that substance mediating each other. But you only have one X having additional properties of the incarnation. If that isn't a part, I don't know what is. It's not a part because it is a whole in itself, in its instantiation. It is a whole. It is not a part of itself. It is equally the whole of God, such that the relationship of God is defined by the relationship of the three, which can only be known in the instantiation of the one. So the Spirit's instantiation in relation to the Father and the Son defines it. The Father is defined by its relation between the Son and the Spirit, and the Son is defined by its relation between the Father and the Spirit, but they are all equally defined by their relation, which is a self-relation between two opposites. X equals X. It is the truth of God. Oh, by the way, Endo, I think you wanted a game of Hearthstone. I've got it up. I think you got to remember, Sam, that God's the whole point of the universe, like the idea that the universe could only be created one way or the other, is actually not true. But that God could only create Himself. I would think that I would argue necessitarian, that God being a necessary being, as the logical conclusion of the PSR, implies that there is only one way He could self-relate. I'm going to argue that's a Trinitarian way. I think Neoplatonism makes being an essence essentially permanently either abstract, such that we cannot know God's existence, but even more so, I think Neoplatonism implies that God could not even know His own existence. Ask yourself, Jack Anstrike and Avi have debunked your argument for God a million times over. Why not debate them? I mean, ask yourself, like, look, I don't know if I've ever even engaged with them on God. I've never talked to them about God, so like, I don't even know they were responding to us. I mean, I'd talk to Avi. I have no problems with Avi. Ask yourself's like a total narcissist freak, like he needs to get a fucking life. And Jack Anstrike said that he would accept a blowjob from an 11-year-old, and I have that recorded. So, like, I'm not going to talk to the pedophile, and I'm not going to talk to the narcissist. I will talk to Avi, though. Yeah. Yeah. You are making an artificial separation between God and His emanation. I'm not making an artificial separation. I'm saying this is self-relation, which is truth. That is logic. That is what it means to have an identity. And it doesn't take away His omnipotence, because to be omnipotent is to be perfectly self-actualizing. Like what power is. Like, I suggest going and reading Thomas Aquinas' arguments in relation to omnipotence, of God's omnipotence, and how God's omnipotence is the fact that He actualizes Himself, or actualizes all the potentiality of Himself, which is what is implied in the PSR. think it would be a mistake to say that this is from our perspective, it's the only possible world. But from God's perspective, this is not a necessary world, Ahmed, and that'll be the difference. It's whether this world had to come into existence. God's essence does not depend upon us at all. To say that this is the best of all possible worlds, absolutely. To say this is the only possible, to say that God necessarily had to create this world, no. The only way that the point of Hegel is to say that nous knows itself by mediating with itself, that it is perfect self-mediation, that it knows itself as itself necessarily, and that knowledge and truth are one and the same at the level of perfection. But that only happens if you have an immediate mediation, which implies a Trinitarian relationship between the self, where the self can understand itself outside of it, well, as an aspect of itself, or as what's the word I'm looking for? As a perfect reflection of itself, and it can perfectly reflect itself. Like, think of it like this. If God is thinking about himself, he must think about himself perfectly. The only way that God can think about himself perfectly is to make himself an other to himself. To make himself an other to himself implies that God is both two persons simultaneously. If God is two persons simultaneously, then his reflection between those perspectives forms the spirit of God and the unity of God, which is spirit, which is the third perspective. So each perspective implies the other consubstantially, and that is how God can reflect upon himself as thinking about himself for all eternity, such that he is immediately mediated. Now, what you want to say is that this is immediate without mediation, and I'm saying there is no such thing as something immediate without mediation, that the immediate implies the mediate, that they are one in the same, and they are made manifest by God, or the truth that is God. It doesn't make the Holy Spirit. It doesn't make the Holy Spirit not a person. It makes the Holy Spirit a person who holds the perspectives or the unity of the Father and the Son, and so his personhood is the spiration of the Father and the Son. That's the point. He is a person in the unity, in the incarnated, well, in the experienced unity of the Father and the Son. Because otherwise their perspectives would never be united, and they would never be, then it would never have been God in the first place. That's why I think that that triangle is the best explanation of God, like in terms of how the Trinity functions. Incarnation absolutely does make sense under this view, Ahmed, because it is the particularity, which is assumed into divinity. That God can particularize himself, yet remain his universality in any way he wants, which is implied in the fact that he can be any part of himself, or rather any aspect or any being which is a limitation of himself, yet keep himself as one with himself. That is the whole point of incarnation. So it absolutely does. In fact, I would go so far as to say, without incarnation, you cannot know God. You've alienated God to an abstract unknowable. You should be an agnostic or a deist at the very most. You could never be something that is implied like have a personal relationship with God, such that you could gain commandments and instruction and religious obligation. All of that would fall away. It would all fall away. You would have an abstract nothingness, right? That's what's implied by a Neoplatonic view of Islam. I'm sorry. Okay, wait a minute. Are we playing, by the way, Endo? Or I think I think I might as well review some content because I had other stuff lined up as well. So I did have essentially this video, so moving it from theology to politics. Excuse me. That was shared by Elon Musk about showing where you basically affirmed. But I'm going to quickly, one second, I'm going to quickly be right back because I need the bathroom, and then we're going to review this video. I absolutely disagree, Ahmed, but we'll talk about this later. Okay, I'm back. Personhood does not get its source from the first because personhood is self-relation, and self-relation implies self-other relation. There has to be two persons for there to be one person, right? At least two persons. And I would argue that two persons implies three persons in their unity such that they can be consubstantial in order for the substance of God to actually be implied. But, let's not, otherwise God's knowledge would have to be alien to himself at the point of creation, right? And that's what you're doing when you say that the divine intellect comes after God's act of creation. So God's intellect, not present when he acted, right? So God, not a person. Anyway, And I think the main problem with and to be honest, the main problem with Islam in general is that the God of Islam cannot die. The God of Islam cannot particularize himself and die and conquer death. Where the Christian God conquers death, the God of Islam is limited to an abstract, he can't take ownership of his particularity, such that it is substance can be known to himself, right? He's just pure universality, one-sided, abstract, incomprehensible even to himself. Just terrible. Tell me then why you presuppose another intellect. Why does there have to be another intellect? Why did he create the divine intellect if he's already intellect in himself? So I'm about to react to, or respond to, I think he's called Javier Milei's speech at the World Economic Forum. So this was actually, it was posted by Elon Musk, and he said, good explanation of makes countries more or less prosperous. And if you know anything about the president of Argentina, he is an anarchical capitalist. So we're going to engage in a bit of economics, a bit of political philosophy here, and we're going to see what he says makes sense. Oh, someone just joined there.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Maximo. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I got off work. I just ate.
What did you say, mate?
I got off work. I just ate.
All right. Well, welcome. How you doing, man?
I'm okay. I'm a bit sad.
What are you sad about?
I'm sad about your heretical takes.
What do you mean, like the homosexuality stuff?
Yes.
I know it would be the homosexual. I thought you wouldn't matter about me metaphysics.
Your metaphysics. I don't know. I think he spelled the Trinity a bit weird. Before, actually, what I want to really ask is, have you heard of like relative identity? Hello?
Yes, in terms of like, who is it that gives the relative identity explanation of the Trinity?
Peter Geach.
Is it Geach?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
but not intimately.
Okay, so I wanted to know if like just what you make of it, right? So when we say X and Y are the same, right? So we're predicating identity, right, between the two.
Can I just
say,
wait? I just have to say this, Ahmed. God didn't have to die to be God. It's that God can die and still be God. The God of Islam can't do that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So when we say, when we ask, are these two the same, right? We want to know if they share an identity. But for Geach, this is incomplete. So we got to ask, are they the same with respect to so-and-so? So are X and Y the same so-and-so?
Yeah. So how did they, like, essentially, it's like, how does it self-relate?
Sure. Yeah. So when we ask, are X and Y the same so-and-so, we can qualify this and make the move where they can have, they can share an identity with respect to F, for example, but not share an identity with respect to G. So we can say that X and Y are the same F, but X and Y are not the same G. So this is how, Geach would want to propose to conceive the Trinity, that we say that we say that the Father and the Son are the same God. We can say that, but also maintain that the Father and the Son are not the same person.
Exactly, but it's even the fact that their personhood is developed, and their relationship or their godhood is developed by this interrelation, by this self-relation in the first place, such that their difference, like, and this is Hegel's point of saying identity and difference is the same thing, such that if I was to give an indication of identity, I also have to give an indication of difference, which is self. So when I say like something is itself, I've also got to say that it is not itself. And if I say that it is not itself, then I'm saying it's self-relating. So like I'm indicating its difference. Now the only way that you could give, like the only way that God could know that he is essentially indifferent from himself is to perceive himself. And if he was to do that perfectly, it would imply a self-relation which is not identical, or rather is identical with, but relationally, as what you've already expressed, separate to its original sort of thought. So there is the thinking of itself. The thinking of itself would be the essence of the being, which is the thinking. So the contents of the thought would be identical, right? So they are one thought or one mind having different thoughts, if you could, or in the sense that it is an interrelation.
I think when you say there's one mind having different thoughts, I think that the way Augustine I think spells it out is that God the Father is the mind, the Son is the thought of the mind. So there's only one thought.
I mean,
of it,
yes,
right?
I would say that. Actually, I would agree with that. Yes, I mean, in the same sense that I would say it is the being and it is the essence. So yes, it would be yeah, you're right. It would be, and then the spirit is the thinking, or the unity of the thought and itself, or the thought and the contents of itself, or the mind thinking of itself.
Yeah, I guess you could spell it out. Thinker, right? Can only think a thought if there is a thought to be thought, right? There's a thought to be thinking of. And when we spell out God as a purely thinking being, really, the thinker is like the Father, the thought is the Son, the actual thinking itself is the Spirit.
Yes, I agree. And each one of those is defined by their interrelation, but they are consubstantial, such that what they are is the same, which is God.
Yes.
Because it is essentially three logical moments of the same identity, as Hegel would perceive of it.
That's weird. That's weird language for me. I don't know. Logical moments.
Yeah, like moment not in the sense of like a temporality, because that's like, but rather like in the sense of logical interrelation. So like the moment is defined by its relation with other moments, and so it is the moment of like, it is the moment of particularity or essence. It is the moment of existence, and it is the moment of spirit or love, or however you would like to characterize it, of spiration, right?
Yep.
But it's three moments of the same mind, or the same, fundamentally, which is the same, but within three persons, as three persons.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but how do you use that to justify gay sex?
Because it's love, man. The fundamental tenets, metaphysically, of reality are love, and that nature is understood in relation to love, which is a unity of a moral principle and a pleasure principle, and not just an abstract moral principle, right? Such that there is a possibility of flourishing. And I think.
But wait. But pleasure as it relates to sex, that's only like the reward. That ought to be the reward. Right?
I think that doesn't make sense. Look, I don't think it says that, like, make sense. Because I don't think it makes sense to take away like essentially the rewards or the experience of flourishing from the flourishing. That's why it doesn't make sense.
But the point is that
it can be detached.
You can't coherently say it's flourishing though.
But
they're not fulfilling their proper ends.
Well, I think that you can, because I think that proper ends are a proper balance between pleasure, or the pleasure principle, and the moral law, such that they are doing that which is right whilst also experiencing enjoyment. That's essentially what we're aiming towards. Like, look at it like this. How are they doing what's right? Look at it like this. Do you think would you say that all reproduction was right?
As in, like, everything that resulted from an act of reproduction, was that right?
No, the act of acting. Yeah, the act.
Okay, so like if we're talking about like rape and stuff, no.
So rape's wrong. We could even say that reproducing, if you've got a certain congenital disease, that could be wrong. You're perpetuating a harm that doesn't need to be perpetuated, or spreading a disease in humanity goes against like the good of the species essence. You can say that the conditions were improper, or that you'd be incapable of being a parent, that the circumstances were not in a loving family, that kind of thing. And obviously, always the child is a good, right? We would always agree, like, and that they're a good in themselves, but only so far that the act of reproducing is a good in itself if it leads to the flourishing of the agent who was born and the flourishing of all other agents who equally coexist in this species essence, right?
So what I'm confused here is how you're spelling out flourishing. Because I think to grant this argument, you'd have to say something about, the sex act being commensurate with the final ends of human insects.
I think that the final ends of humanity are a combination of or the universality of free will, of free willing towards of you could even say it of drive or wanting. Like, it is that's what it really means to be self-actualizing, such that we all want the same thing, which is so there is a moral law which is naturally discoverable through the point of recognition, and this is where we discover nature. We don't discover nature through some sort of naive realism, but we discover it through a mediation of parties, such that we discover our nature through this mediation rather than through just perceiving of a natural drive. And so if that's the case, then our nature isn't defined by what naturally occurs or some merely mechanical biological component, but rather an expression of the maximization of the expression of will of all parties.
So I think that we do see that we are material creatures, and that in virtue of that, material bodies have natural ends, right? And insofar as
it depends on how we understand material, but yeah, like
sure, we're a composite of body and soul.
Well, yeah, but it's like when we say body, when we say a composite of body and soul, I don't think that.
Well, our body as it is now, right, has.
Yeah, but like remember, like in terms of like our whole existence, like there's a reason why Christians are going to argue for material incarnation, right? Like because it.
We're gonna get like I think if I know what you're talking about the appropriateness of the reunification of a body and a soul, we're gonna have like spiritual bodies.
Remember, like what I'm saying is that the body is only a reflection of the soul. It is the petrified intellect of the soul. It is the soul made manifest or made concrete.
Yeah, but as we exist right now,
I mean, that's what it is. That's all it ever can be. Material can't be defined as anything else. Otherwise, you're going to have to rely upon a prime matter in order to give an explanation.
You can't have prime matter you can't purely have prime matter, right? You also need form.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you can have prime matter at all. It's just an expression of form. It's just another form.
Well, wait. Prime matter isn't form.
Prime matter is incomprehensible in itself. Like I would affirm Thomas Aquinas' point that prime matter has no existence in itself.
Yeah, you can't have it without form, but that doesn't mean that prime matter is form.
But it is only form made concrete. Like in the sense that that's all materiality is, form made concrete. It's petrified.
It's what maintain. It's what can maintain and instantiate a form.
It's what can hold a form, but in order to hold a form, it is itself a form holding itself. That's what we've already affirmed, in the sense that's what creation is. It's a form made concrete. It's something logical made, like it's a potential that is actualized, and that's all everything is.
think you lost me here a bit. I'm just trying to get at the point that, insofar as we're still in potency, right? There is some form for us to actualize.
The only reason I was sort of bringing this up, right, is just, sorry to interrupt, is basically when we think about it from a basic, like if we take it from a materialist perspective, or a more cogently, an empirical perspective, the empirical is only, it necessarily contains a universal component which we are trying to discover, and is not derived, I would argue, through direct awareness. So we do not just simply look towards nature and necessarily gain, even through reflection, necessarily gain the through our individuated personal faculties the truth of nature. No man alone can gain the truth of nature. It is a and it requires us to take ownership of our cognitive faculties, develop those cognitive faculties, train them so that they can perceive truth, and then perceive nature. And that is done through an ethical relation. And the nature we are perceiving is the truth of us. It is like the object as we perceive it is really just a reflection of the subject, right? It's not like an actual existence that is separable. Like, otherwise you're going to have to affirm that there is a concrete materiality that can exist without mind. And I don't think it can.
I don't think anyone's affirming that right here. I was just getting at the point that insofar as we are sexual, right, there are proper and improper ways in which we actually act with respect to that.
I mean, I agree.
And we agree on that so far, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And insofar as we act through these faculties we have, right? And in order to perfect the use of them, there has to be an act that is commensurate with their form, right?
I agree.
Okay. And I mean, are you gonna disagree that?
No, I'm gonna say that the form of the species.
Yeah, but are you gonna disagree with like sex is a unitive procreative act?
No, I do think that it is procreative, yeah, but I don't think it's defined by, like, I think procreation is defined in relation to the species, and the need for procreation is defined in relation to the species, and the function of the species and the final end of the species, not the other way around. Like, I think that it's defined in relation to the will of the species, such that the will of the species made manifest is what humanity is, right? And so we, like, in the same way that I wouldn't say that, like, for example, like, I wouldn't put life before love. I think that the love that unifies all of our wills, it made manifest, is our species essence, right? It is our unity, right?
Okay, yeah, but I get this whole love thing. Yeah,
it's a self sameness.
I get what you're trying to say, but if we're conceiving of love here as the willing the good of another, and so that involves
it's remember that it's the good of the other would be the will of the other. Yeah. It's identical because it'd be identical with its being, such that it has to be
willing perfect. The will of the other.
Yeah. So like the true will of the other, rather than, let's say, the caprice of the other. So like this is Hegel's whole point of, like, no, actually this is why we punish criminals, because we respect their rationality. They do not know what is good for themselves. And that we are willing what is good for them when we punish them. We are willing their will for them, and that's the general will.
So yeah, I get that, but the will follows from the intellection, right? And insofar as that takes place, there is an object that has been determined by which we measure our ability to self-actualize, right? And so in order to do that, though, we need to have some knowledge of that object and to have a proper will towards it, right?
When you say the will follows from the like I don't think that the will
Intellection.
follows from the intellect. I think that the intellect and the will are one and the same at the point of species essence. Like that's
Well,
like,
I
'cause
mean, what
it's-
I'm saying here is that when you will something, you also simultaneously have that object in mind.
yeah, but you're looking at it in a temporal sense. When we're talking about like the species essence, we're talking about it as its unified whole, as an archetypical idea, and it will be completed. So like, and that is what makes manifest and possible the relationship between first and last cause, which we experience linearly, but are always united in the species essence, which defines what we are, which is why we can talk about ourselves through time. So no, I don't think that the intellect precedes the will, or that the will precedes the intellect. I think that the intellect and the will are one in the being of the species.
What I'm saying is that you can't will something you don't know.
But it's almost like like it's sort of like this. Like you can't. I mean, I agree, but in the sense that you can't. You have no reason to know anything unless you have a desire to know it. Right?
Okay, so
So
I get that.
So the drive,
as far as we know,
the drive to know thyself, or is the drive to be thyself. The drive to be thyself is essentially self-actualization, and that's what it means to be. The truth of being is becoming.
But the point is that there really is a way in which you can be correct or incorrect.
Yes, I agree.
Like you can think of something incorrectly.
I agree, and that's
and
defined,
so you'll will something incorrectly.
That's defined by our object-subject relations, and it's not defined by a preconceived consideration of the object, because essentially then you're going to say we're defined, that the subject is being defined by its objectivity to itself, which is incorrect. The subject and the object are defined in their mediation, not like in a one-sided way. So like in the same sense that like if I look towards nature and I see, and this is like, you'll see this in someone like Paulo Vernal's natural historical diagrams, where it's like I'm affirming from a natural history that man must act this way in order to explain why man acts this way. That's not the case. Like, man is acting this way. I can see that in history. And in nature, I can see that man has acted towards X. But that doesn't mean that man must act towards X unless I can provide a universal function or a condition which explains why we act in the first place. And Hegel's whole point is to say you can't do that from a materialist perspective. You can't do that from a perspective which alienates the essence from the will itself, such that we discover our essence through the act of willing. So like when I try to will, I immediately mediate myself with another, such that we together discover what we are and how we exist. And then you get stuff epistemologically, where we have the possibility of knowledge and self-knowledge, which means that we can talk about natural sciences, where we can look towards nature and understand it. Then we get history, which are tools and allow us to essentially forward our knowledge, but they aren't the foundations of knowledge. The foundations of knowledge is a mutual recognition of will. And so this mutual recognition of will is what we need to maximize towards to fulfill our ends, not some sort of abstract objective principle which we conform ourselves to. That's an empty universalism. And Hegel says that this is one of the problems with like an abstract religion.
Well, I'm just confused here, because if you're saying that we have to will to know, right? But, at the same time, when we will, we have to will towards something. So we already have to presuppose there's something towards willing.
1 second, there's something happening with the stream. I think people are saying that there's something wrong, and I'm trying to work out what's going on. It's saying that there's no dropped frames or anything. Is it all right for everyone else? I'll try changing scene. Let us know if there's anything wrong with the stream, guys. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, by the way, Maximo. Sorry. So you were saying that. You were saying that in order to will towards something, you have to have an object of the will.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think that this is already perfectly mediated in what it means to be what we are, such that like the object of the will and the willing are one and the same in the archetypical idea of the species. That's what it means.
Right, but like here's the thing, but the species is but like okay, so when I ask like, okay, what are we, right? How do we make ourselves intelligible?
Mm-hmm.
Right? How do you give an analysis of that when the whole point really is that we're made intelligible, insects are made intelligible through the commensurability between the man and the woman that begets the species essence.
I think that we're made intelligible. I think that partially in the sense that it shows the progenesis of the species, yes. But also the progenesis of the species is only made intelligible through the positive lived experiences of the species. Hence we say that rape and other forms of sexual immorality are not to be accepted. Because the conclusions, even though it produces life, even though it fulfills the progenesis of the species, it lacks the criterion of a good life. So I agree in the sense that it is a unity between a moral principle, right? And that moral principle is a limitation such that we are limited towards our concrete, instantiation, if you will, like what it means to be in relation to each other, but it also is in relation to ourselves, our lived experiences, right?
Yeah, but like I'm saying that like look, to have a notion of yourself, right, is to have a notion of the species essence, right? And if you're saying that the will, I think you said that the will follows from the type of species essence, what we are, right?
I think the will is the same as the species essence. Like I think that they are both one and the same. Like I think that
but like to make the species essence, but like to make the species essence intelligible, you have to you can't intelligibly conceive of the species essence apart from the proper understanding of the sex act that brings about the individual of the species essence.
I think that the sex act is important to make intelligible birth, not the sex act, such as it
has to be insofar as where we have animality.
Well, our animality is understood in relation to. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think reproduction is essential to understand our progenesis, and our animality. I wouldn't deny that. But I don't think that it forms the complete conception of what we are. And so, like, for example, the reason that we are driven to know this about ourselves in the first place is that we seek something which is not instantiated in our mere being, but in how we express that being, right? Like in our essence. So like, when we will towards like having sex, we can agree that it is natural. Like there is nothing technically unnatural about rape in one respect. I think there is, in the sense that I think that actually anything unloving is unnatural, right? But from your perspective, I don't think you could argue that rape is unnatural. Where I would say
it's contrary to nature.
How is it contrary to nature? From your perspective,
it's not a unitive procreative act.
How is it not a unitive procreative act? I mean, it is in the sense of like, I'm talking about like from material, unless you just say that there is a spiritual component which is not being reflected, which is the good of those experiences or the flourishing of those individuals as their experience of that flourishing, right? Then, like,
the whole notion of rape is that there's really only one will there, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So would it be a unitive procreative act?
I mean, we could even say, like, even if we were to say that, I don't see why that would necessarily matter if the will's direction is derived from the intellect, which pre-exists it, and why the unity of the wills would even matter then from a secondary, like, you know, like from this point of view, why we should be looking to unify the wills from this point of view. But even if we just accept that, why, like, let's say there's a point of resource limitation, disease risk, whatever, but both people accept, like, let's say they both have the disease, And when they're unifying, they're producing a child that is going to be crippled, ill, or let's say like, that, I don't know, man, they're very closely related, but like, or whatever. They're unifying.
Okay, so we have a case of like incest here.
Incest or disease propagation, whatever you want.
Okay, so let me just try to paraphrase the question so we got some clarity here. So you want to know why it would be like unnatural for there to be incest, right?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, I think when we look towards how we make species essence intelligible, right? So far as we are rational animals, reason seeks something that is from without to unify what is within. And what we get in incest is something that doesn't actually proceed, that doesn't actually come out of itself to return into itself. And so like, you're basically just like, kind of just like having sex with yourself.
You're not though. Right, like,
well,
and you could even,
no,
and I said this could be even like, even you
could.
Is
you are,
but you're not. Like, you could even see it.
You are,
but you're not. Like, obviously, it is a separate person. Like, you're having sex with someone who is identically too similar to you. But you could even look at this as in they're not related, but they both have something like Huntington's disease.
No, because it's like, because the point is that
So,
you're not
like,
actually. Because like the point is that it's not actually. Well, it's not actually procreative because there's not actually a progeneration of a family there. It's just it's the same family.
No, like
it's the same family there.
No, but there is a progeneration of the family. It's just leading to the suffering.
So that's why it's masturbatory.
No, it's not. I mean, like there could be in a loving relationship, right, such that they recognize each other as separate, and they might even like love each other. But they might, let's just say they are, but that it leads to a horrific scenario where the baby is born in suffering. That seems to be the problem, right? That there is a child which is going to suffer. That's the moral wrong. Not that there was...
but here's the thing. So it's like, if you can guarantee that the child won't be in any suffering, like a brother and a sister having sex is still immoral, right?
If you could guarantee that there was no suffering,
of their children,
and let's say that it wasn't a form of psychological manipulation, like they grew up in separate, like one grew up at one side of the world, one grew up on the other. They found themselves as long lost lovers, didn't know they were brothers and sister until, like, or even not even until, let's say they never know, right? Let's say they never know, and then they produce a child that is, like perfectly healthy. There wouldn't be any of the problems of, like, there wouldn't be anything wrong there. But we've kind of made it so that there isn't anything wrong there. Like,
okay, but I think the issue here then
away
is,
all of the
again,
consequences and even the intentionality. So like, there's no mens rea, so there's no guilty mind, and then there's no consequences. So there's just like no.
Well, like I think the point there is that it's not a progeneration of, like, here's the point I was trying to make, right? Is that in that instance you brought, they're not really of the same family, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean of the same family? Like, you mean they're being raised with different, like, because we're defining the family in relation to the spirit? Yeah, like the spirit of the family. Sure. I mean, I would agree, yeah, but then right. What you're doing there is defining the spirit.
That's what's wrong with incest, though. It's not a progeneration of spirit.
But that's the thing. Right. But then we're defining the spirit as separable, or as not defined wholly by the material, right? Like, that's my point. That the material doesn't define spirit. It's only one side of spirit, and the other side of spirit is very much the conscious experience. This is why it's not the pleasure principle. It's or the moral law, it's the pleasure principle and the moral law. So if we're talking about people, specifically homosexuals, who otherwise could not have a happy marriage in which they reproduced and had children, so to produce a family, right? Because we would agree they have to accept their sexuality. If they have to accept their sexuality, they couldn't will the good of their wife. If they can't will the good of their wife, or the in a heterosexual way, then essentially they can't will for a reproductive act of love, right, with their wife. So
but hold on. That's not just to say that okay, homosexuals fuck off, right? That's not saying that.
I never said that. I know you don't believe that. I don't think you're a bigot.
Because if we look at a priest, like the point of a priest is to be a spiritual father, right?
Yeah,
it's to cultivate a spiritual community.
I agree, right? I know what you're saying, and I think what you're saying is that in the same way that it's contemporary church doctrine of you obviously welcome at mass. Homosexual acts are wrong, and it's the sin and not the sinner. That the homosexuality is not a sin, homosexual acts are a sin, and that's your point.
Yes.
Right. I understand that. And I think that's a lot better than people who think homosexuals are bad, which is a big problem we're having in the church with basically Africa right now. But the way that what I'm arguing is that the only reason that we think homosexual acts are wrong in the first place is in relation to essentially a misinterpretation of how we need to conceive of our natures, because we can accept that people can be homosexual and that there'll be a minority of people who are therefore incapable of procreating the species in a Catholic way. So they can't be expected to procreate in a Catholic way, right? And we can also accept that they can have loving relationships where they can will the good of their partner in the same way.
Yeah, but just not sexually.
But they can will the good of their partner sexually.
It's not, because it's not making their sex intelligent.
Sterile couples can will each other's good sexually. Why can't
the issue with the point of sterility is that that's just per accidents, right? Like what they're still doing is actually still
no different than
homosexuality.
Nature. There's no difference in terms of accidental.
How is it not?
How is it not an accident? Like that
because they're willingly sleeping with something they know not to be,
but
not to regenerate children by nature.
Their choice to be sexually attracted to their own gender or sex or whatever was not their choice. So in the same way,
you're just talking about the natural inclination. You're not talking about.
I'm not even talking about.
I'm not even
talking about like natural inclination. I'm talking about the possibility of having a loving relationship in a heterosexual way. Like they can't have a heterosexual loving relationship, but they can will.
Right.
That like in the same way that a sterile couple like can will each other's good whilst knowing they won't have children.
But the point is that they're still acting, right? They're still making each other intelligible, right? It's just that they don't. It's just that they don't progenerate because of an externality, right?
The intelligibility of a homosexual is made intelligible just through the homosexual act. Like there's nothing.
But it's not even okay. No, but like the issue is,
and I would happily say that a homosexuality can only be made intelligible to heterosexuality. I would agree. Like, obviously, reproduction has to take precedence, but that doesn't mean that homosexuals can't be made intelligible. Like, they are intelligible to themselves.
No, I'm saying like you can understand what a homosexual is, right? Like, they're not numinal or anything like that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that insofar as you make something intelligible, right, it's to give it its good, right? And what that means is that.
But why can't how can't they give each other? If a sterile couple can give each other each other's good without producing a child, why can't a homosexual couple give each other?
Because insofar as it is supposed to be a sexual act, the sexual act is supposed to be understood as something that is unitatively reproductive.
Here's my problem. A sexual act is supposed to be understood as something unitatively reproductive, right? That's one side, right? Okay, but you've said on the other side that then, and so secondarily, it's about pleasure or about like the will secondary or the secondary.
Well, like when we talk about the will, right? That is to inform one of. Okay, so what you're asking is like, where does this will come into play, right?
Yeah.
Like what's this activity?
Yeah.
Right. So like what we will, right, is we always will what we perceive to be a good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we can be incorrect about that, right? And so because the will follows upon intellection, right? Because we will some object that we understand, right? And understand as good. But it's just that our understanding of it as a good is incorrect. And so we have a will that falls upon something that has a misunderstanding.
But
right?
Here's what I don't understand is that it seems that the sort of problem that you're saying isn't occurring at the point of the homosexual act, though. It's at the point in which they were essentially made homosexual. Right.
No, it's upon the deliberation to act, right? Like look, if someone just
can't reproduce, right?
Like, look, it's like if you have like
so like so they can't reproduce.
Like if someone just spontaneously like penetrates you, right? It's not like you did something wrong, even though you can describe that as gay, right? It's not like you did something wrong there, but insofar as you will for them to do that, then yeah, that would be classified as a sin, right?
I don't know, but what I'm wondering is how this is defying their nature. Like, such that their nature is made intelligible in the relationship between homosexuality to heterosexuality, such that heterosexual dimorphism explains the species. I agree.
Yes.
However, these individuals have been born homosexual, and so they do not have any proclivity, and so
well, I don't know if that's even. Well, hold on. I don't even know if like
born,
I don't even know if that's
whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're born. Yeah, I don't.
It doesn't really matter, does it? Like, let's be honest. It's whether, regardless, it's not like they can do anything about it, right? Like, so, like, so long as they can't make the choice to live in a heterosexual, loving relationship and will the good of their significant other from the opposite sex, they're incapable of having a Catholic form of reproduction. Would you agree?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's so long as you like don't, as long as you like you're like excluding like being a spiritual father, being part of the church and all that. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Like, look, but yes, so like they can't essentially reproduce that way. So that's something that is being determined prior to their decision to like essentially enter into a romantic relationship. Now, I would argue that the purposes of a romantic relationship are a combination of reproduction, right? And that the reproduction has an act, has a purpose in a romantic relationship, but does not completely and absolutely define the ends of a romantic relationship. Such that, for example, like if you're married, you have children, your kids grow up, you still stay married. Because the unification of your wills is something that happens prior to the children and results in the children and is exemplified by the children, but is not defined wholly in relation to the children, right?
Well,
and that's why
what I'm confused here is if you're saying that the children are the will as it is externalized, then if you don't have children, then there's
no,
it's just a failure of the will to achieve its good.
Well, in one respect, it's a frustration of the will to continue itself, which is why Aristotle would say procreation is a desire for immortality.
Yeah, that's what Hegel.
Yes, he would. Yes, sure, but that's a decision that's being made, like in the same way of sterility, in the same way of like disease risk or population problems or whatever. That can be influenced by external limitations upon the will, which frustrate it. That's what I'm saying is happening with homosexuality. And such that they are essentially having a loving, happy marriage from which they can't procreate in the same way a sterile couple are having a loving, happy marriage which can't procreate. I don't see the difference.
Well, hold on. No, I don't think that's the same here.
That's not the same. Like remember, like we're talking sterility
because because who they are willing to procreate with is not a woman. They know they're willing to procreate with a man.
Yeah, if they could.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, if they could, then that man would just be a woman.
Yeah, like, but that I don't think that's.
But then that just makes it unintelligible, right?
It doesn't make it unintelligible. It
wouldn't be homosexual. It would be a heterosexual.
Well, no, it makes it intelligible, but only as a heterosexuality, which implies a frustration of the possibility to procreate, which is like, yeah, homosexuals can't procreate. Like, I know. Like,
Yeah, but no, but I'm pointing to this analogy between the homosexual relation, right, and then a relation between a man and a woman, where by an externality they can't procreate, right? The issue is that it's the man and the woman. It's like the incapacity to procreate is external, but with the man and man, it's internal.
No, but it's not. It's external because they can't control being homosexual. Like that.
No, but we're talking about the actual sexual act there.
But the sexual act is the result of being unable to be attracted to the opposite sex. So, like, they're attracted to the same sex. That is the result.
I get that. Yeah, they're attracted to the same sex. They're gay. You understand that.
Right, they're only able to will, in a romantic sense, the good of the same sex.
Okay, so you're saying that they can only will to have sex with men, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or not have sex.
So, right. Okay, so I get that part, right? So because they are homosexual, they cannot actually find an inclination to have sex with women.
It's not even just that. They can't have a loving romantic relationship with a woman, which would be the necessary prospect of unifying their wills. They can't will each other's goods.
Yeah, that part I don't know exactly. So that might be too empirical here, but
so, like, essentially what you'd be saying is that, like, because I would say that the will of the experience of flourishing is made one with, in the same way that it breaches the consent of the other, that they'd have to want to do it, to be driven to do it, to actually engage in a sexual act with the opposite sex. If they're not, and it's something that they do while gritting their teeth and not wanting to, I don't think there's a very big difference between that and something like rape, right? It's just that they
saying that,
like,
they
because it'll be like because it would just be talking about a coercive.
Yeah, we're not saying that.
Force.
We're not saying that they.
Yeah, I know.
We're not saying
I know.
that they should be forced to do that.
Yeah, I know exactly that you're not. But
well, like what we're saying is that even if they can't be forced,
if the motivation can't be internal, and the motivation can't be external, then the motivation can't exist, which means they can't will the good of the other in a heterosexual way, in a romantic heterosexual way, and that's what defines them as homosexual.
Yeah. So look, but the question, the point here is that even if they can't actually bring themselves to will the good of the other in a heterosexual relationship, that doesn't mean that them having homosexual sex is willing the good of a homosexual.
Well, it is in the sense that they can will romantically aspects. Like, I would say that sex has a point of fulfillment in a person's life, which is not just reproduction. That, let's say, like, after menopause, an old couple having sex are willing each other's goods, even though there's not going to be any children, or that a sterile couple are willing each other's goods, even though they're not having any children, because the will is manifest in desire and the fulfillment of desire. By fulfilling each other's desire, you are willing each other's goods. That's what it means to be in a loving relationship.
What?
That's why.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Like 100%.
Oh, it's okay. So if I desire like to knock someone the fuck out, and the other person's like, "Oh, knock me out," it's like, okay, they're doing something good for me. Like, what?
No, but I think that people can be wrong about what they desire. Like, I do think so. But, like, I think that
but you're okay. But then if you're gonna say that I can be wrong about me, desiring to knock someone out, then I don't know. I can't say
so in the sense
someone
that, like,
can be wrong about desiring.
Like,
to have
look at it like
sex,
this. Like, look at it like this. Are you willing for them to suffer?
Well, why would you say they would? Okay, why would you say they're suffering? What would be suffering?
What would be their suffering? I would say that there's two ways in which you suffer. I think there's a loss of function, right?
Okay.
That marks the disruption of flourishing, and then there's the experience of that loss of function, which is usually physically manifested as pain or emotional damage or psychological damage and so on. And that someone might be unaware of that, and that's why we'll have things like therapy when people aren't essentially aware that the self-sabotage and things like that, or
like if we're gonna say we don't want them to suffer, fine, but like I would just then say that the best way to do that is chastity. I mean, that's a virtue. That's even they can have yes. I mean, chastity is something that has to be practiced in general, right? So like, right.
But like, like chastity is essentially a virtue in the sense that it is correct.
Well, like even for
limitation.
heterosexuals, right? Like
Yeah,
this is the entire point of like First Corinthians chapter 7 onward.
But
right?
wait, like chastity is to be is about the correct limitation of sexual drive. What we're debating is whether it would, like, so in the same way that there's nothing unchaste, if you will, about two people having sex in a heterosexual marriage to produce offspring, or if you very much want it, or even if they can't produce offspring, if they're sterile, that's not unchaste, that's not unvirtuous, right? That's like not vicious. Like in the same respect, I think a homosexual couple willing each other's goods and limiting each other to the expression of each other's desires, such that they can actually will a positive psychological expression and the perpetuation of a function up to as much as is possible for their position, right? Like obviously they can't reproduce, but that's not their fault.
But wait, you're just saying, okay, are you seriously saying that homosexuality can legitimately be a practice of chastity?
I think that 100%.
Come on,
in the same,
come
yeah,
on,
no,
dude.
100%. In the same way that a heterosexual couple who limit themselves to each other is a practice of chastity.
Okay, so wait. But like, this is so funny. Okay, so like, it first went from like, okay, look, just like purely out of like sympathy, right? Homosexuality shouldn't be ridiculed. Fine, I can grant that, right? Like, we shouldn't, we shouldn't say they're going to hell or anything like that. Then it goes to like, okay, but like sexuality is actually fine.
It's
and
fine.
now it's like homosexuality is like a form of chastity. Like,
no, I never said that. I said that two people who are homosexual have the marriage is the form of chastity.
How? Okay, well, first off,
because marriage, the whole point of marriage is a form.
No, but doctrinally, it's not. It can't even be a marriage, right? Like Francis made this clear in his response to the second dubia.
But the whole point, okay, like, but the way in which I agree, I'm saying that we should make it a marriage, by the way. But that
that would be catastrophic.
Oh, it would be catastrophic to the church because it would alienate all of the traditional Catholics. And I understand that that's where we should be, though. It's where we should go.
Wait. For your argument against like dogma right now, it would actually undermine the entire position of Catholicism, right?
I don't think it would.
It would literally just destroy Catholicism.
I don't think it would. I think that the problem is that the way that we're approaching Catholicism is in relation to a natural law, which has been misinterpreted or only partially interpreted, would be the best way of understanding it. And that as we constantly develop our interpretation of the divine law, of the natural law, as it's given in nature, we can see that what we were doing was right, but not the entirety of what is right. So yes, we can say that homosexuality, if it is a choice, is wrong. But if it
it doesn't even have to. Like, even the choice, whole like choice part,
even if it is a choice, it depends upon like in terms of like bisexuality, it depends on circumstances. But like we'll not go into the depths of that. But if you say like if it was a choice, then 100% it'd be wrong. The fact that homosexual acts would be wrong. Like if you're choosing to deliberately, if you have a duty to procreate and you're choosing to frustrate that duty and frustrate your natural function in order to gain sexual gratification when you could express that sexual gratification in a loving relationship, there's no difference between that and premarital sex or adultery or something like that, where you're essentially choosing your own pleasure over essentially the good of yourself, the community, and the other. Right, and like that would be fine. But what we're talking about is two individuals who do not have a choice of whether to be the way they are. Right, the way they are means that they cannot reproduce. That upon that they can only that in a relationship together they can fulfill their function to the highest degree, that in a loving way, but they cannot meet the ends perfectly because of something that they cannot control. I think that is an expression of chastity, and I don't think that goes against church doctrine. I think it just shows that church doctrine hasn't been understood in this way yet. And I don't think how, and I think that the problem is maybe the sort of even an incorrect interpretation of infallibility, where we don't see it as progressing, but we see it as literally true for all time. And I'm very much against a literalist approach to anything. Nothing can be taken absolutely literally without destroying the possibility of finding a meaning which we haven't fully understood.
Okay, but at the same, okay, so you said a lot there, and I'm not going to continue for too long. 'Cause I think I hit a bedrock here. I just don't know where to go.
No, that's fine, like 100%. Like,
but I still disagree, and
that's
I think
fine. That's fine.
that
You can disagree.
I think that philosophically, you just don't have the position here.
I think I do. I think I think that when we'll argue it out, and I think that the only way you're going to be able to argue against this is if you argue against an idealist consideration of nature. I
think you got destroyed here.
Come on, Max. Come on. we don't do that.
I'm just joking.
I know you're joking. I know you're joking. I know you are. No,
okay, but for real, I think I don't know, man. You really look. You have a really uphill battle here.
Oh, 100%.
Like like scripturally, doctrinally, and I'm not even like all
what
that.
What is it? Strongest battles. What is it? Hardest battles to be strongest warriors, man.
Yeah, fuck. What is it? Sorry. The hardest battles require the strongest warriors. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even the most well read, right, on this stuff, but I know that if you're gonna debate this with
I'm not going anywhere near the theological community until I've spent 2 years researching.
Yeah, if you're gonna debate Christian Wagner or something,
no,
man, I don't know.
It's just because it's not that I think I'm wrong. I think philosophically I can argue that I'm right, but I think that in relation to church doctrine, my knowledge of church doctrine is not going to be comparable. So well,
it's not even but also beyond church doctrine, even scripturally, at least.
Well, yeah, I think even in general.
Well, I think I think veganism. This is a hot take, but I think veganism, there are some scriptural passages I think are beautifully at least animal welfareist, right? Psalm 40, right?
I think you, yeah,
or Psalm, Psalm 118, Hebrews 10.
Look, I think this ultimately, right? Reason, if your interpretation of scripture contravenes the natural world and natural reason, your interpretation of scripture is wrong, right?
But then at what point do you go where okay, it literally says this, and there's it's almost impossible to read this.
Well, in the sense that when we read some of the Psalms about how children are being murdered, the Babylonian children are being murdered by getting their heads smacked against rocks, we say that's about evil thoughts and stuff. We can do a lot of stuff when we're talking about reading essentially what is a spiritual book and a shared narrative. It's that's the whole point of hermeneutics. We can it's about the correct interpretation, not the easiest one.
But I think what with respect to scripture, you got to remember that different books have a different purpose and a different.
The Bibles is
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that with respect to Psalms, right? They have a literary form that it's just not the same as Exodus, right?
I agree.
So
yeah, no doubt.
The way you have to read it, I think, has to be commensurate with its literary intention. I think, but you got to be careful with two things if you want to keep arguing, and if you were going to bring up scripture, you got to avoid Marcionism, right? Which is just to say that that was Old Testament, right? So we can kind of ignore it. That's actually condemned in the Catechism, right? Paragraph 123.
I'm not.
And you gotta also take in mind that actually every single letter of the Bible, it does have a literal sense to it. You can't just say, well, that's not, you can't read it literally. Well, in one aspect, you do eventually have to take its literal form.
But I mean, only insofar as the literal infers the allegorical, and that it's a unity of the two. Like, I don't think anything can be read purely literally. Like, I don't think that's how any text works at all. Like, I think it's all interpretative and translitative. And it's the unity of, like, in the sense that the literal meaning of the words on the page can only be interpreted by the universality of the spirit of the piece. So it's like, what do the words mean? What are they trying to express in the grammatical form that's expressed here? Like, how do we uncover that? And it's going to be in the unity of the piece, which again is informed by the way the words are laid out, and it's an indifferentism between the two, but it is a constant mediation between the universality of the piece and the particularity of the piece, the individual words, but also the unity between all of the words, the concept.
So I agree with that. Right? I think that you have to take the Bible with a hermeneutic approach, right? And I think as a Catholic, especially, you definitely have to read the Old Testament with at least the New Testament in consideration, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I think you're going to have a hard time arguing that against, like, like an atheist or like a Jew. Who's gonna
obviously, but then I think
they're gonna reject that one, that the Bible can be read as a whole instead of like as a collection of different historical documents, right? That were actually, some of them even take to be like sporadic in a sense, right? And another thing is that some of them will even just reject the entire hermeneutic approach.
Well, I think that if you reject hermeneutics, I think that we've seen what happens when you reject hermeneutics and you lose the literal meaning. So, like, I'd just say, like, right, but then you'll become so one-sided you won't understand what the words mean. What informs the literal meaning of the words, because it's not the words themselves. It has to be their use in relation to a form of life. And like, the answer, like, the hidden Scotty who just commented there, he said, like, it sounds like an excuse, like, why would you cherry-pick the word of God? It's not cherry-picking the word of God. It's understanding the word of God. It's to know that, like, the way in which you would interpret it literally reflects a human understanding and not a divine understanding. We should seek to understand the Bible how God understands the Bible, and that's the goal of biblical interpretation, not rather than like a literal dogmatist approach, which is to accept almost a limited literalist interpretation, which prevents us from actually finding the truth of the scripture. I
think it's also worth noting that like a purely dogmatic, like fundamentalist, like literalist reading, it's actually also like fairly modern, right? It only really came about after like the Reformation,
Luther.
when like people
Martin
when people,
Luther. That
it's only when like when these peasants got to read them on their own, right?
Yeah. No, but that's it. Like there was a real problem. Like but a lot of it was like obviously it was, the problem is that it was set up that way by like obviously like William of Ockham and stuff like that in the Catholic tradition, where it was already becoming really one-sided. That was forming where the schism was developing, right? Or like the Reformation was happening, you know, where these reformist thinkers were sort of derived from, and that was because we were unable to resolve the contradiction that was occurring in the church between thinkers. Well, I think that can be resolved right now. Like right now, I know on the topic of homosexuality, I'm on the extreme, right? Like I'm on the far side, but I think that I'm actually closer to the golden mean than someone who reads it literally, right? I'm not going to say like, I'm going to tell the church how it is, right? My individualistic reason is going to say like, this is how it is, this is how it must be. But these are my arguments, and this is why. And I think that if we're sincere in general, and I think it was a lack of sincerity between proponents, there was political motivations for that, and a lack of sincerity and corruption in the church led to the Protestant Reformation, not just a sort of doctrinal difference where like that could have been resolved. I think Protestantism, like Protestant nominalism, could have been resolved or maybe it had to happen in terms of like in order for the church to essentially better itself, so that nominalism could run its logical course and show itself to be false. I'm not sure, but I do think that it ultimately, I think it could have been resolved within the church, but it wasn't resolved within the church because of the issues with terms of authority that Martin Luther, but yeah, two different people. Martin Luther was able to. No, I actually love Martin Luther King, but like I don't like Martin Luther. Like that Martin Luther was able to exploit. The church wasn't essentially. It was engaging in political corruption. There's problems in the church, and I think that now and again we'll have problems in the church, political problems in the church. I think that really, if we're at the heart of, like, for example, topics such as homosexuality, people are becoming far too emotionally involved, where one side is becoming, obviously they're angry that homosexuals are being oppressed, and then the other side seems to be angry that they see it as like a diminution or a corruption of the church, right? And I think obviously we can resolve this with a conversation, but we'll have to be willing to listen to each other. And I think that's the biggest problem we're having now, where there seems to be, especially, and I'm going to say especially on one side, which I think is the traditionalists, like they are unwilling to listen to the more progressive side of the church. And even though both sides are equally capable in their reasoning, right? And it's an actual problem. And I think, like, this is why, like, when people keep saying to us, like, Pope Francis is going to cause a schism, it's not Pope Francis that's trying to cause a schism. He's actually trying to mediate this extreme. The traditionalists who are attacking him are causing the schism. Like, they're the ones that won't meet people at a point in which they can even have a conversation on the matter, because it's an absolute no, and it's an eternal no. And if you take that approach, it's an irrational, reactionary approach, right? And I don't like that.
Well, I think, yeah, like what I find interesting is actually Michael Lofton brought this up, is that a lot of the times they just like don't read what Francis actually even writes.
Yeah, like Francis has been real good with this, man. Like, sorry, continue.
Yeah, like they'll say something that is just blatantly incorrect. So, like, okay, like with this whole is it the TransUnion thing, or no? Okay, I think it was, yeah, the gay union blessing. Sorry, like Francis was pretty explicit about that it's not the union you're blessing, it's the individuals that are partaking in the union, right? And people just, like, I don't know what it is, they just like seem to think that he's one, like, blessing gay marriages, which is insane.
Yeah, like, if anything, like, as well, he like, I saw a Tradcath even saying, like, this is the way that he was even saying it, and like he actually read the Pope, was to say that he's actually, like, he saw it as essentially preventing a schism in Germany, and mediating the desires of the Germans, or the German side of the church, or the European side of the church, with the church itself, which is to say, like, look, we're alienating homosexuals, we shouldn't do that. And he's like, no, we shouldn't, but also making it in the most harmless possible way of which is absolutely compatible with church doctrine of blessing two individuals, which they do all the time in general. Like, there's so many blessings you can give. It's not controversial. They've not done anything. It's not like any doctrinal change at all. But like, they're getting mad about something that has had no effect on the functioning of the church globally. But it's because of comments like homosexuality shouldn't be criminalized. That's what they're mad about, right?
Yeah, it's weird, because like, it's not even like he actually, like, he's really just like not even like changing anything, really. He didn't really change anything with
all he's trying to do is be a loving, decent human being. Like, that's all I think that he's actually trying to do. And I think that the problem is that there's the desire to persecute on one side. If I'm honest, I think that there's a desire to persecute on one side. And I think that, like, maybe there's a desire to liberate on the other, like 100%. Like, I think that, like, which we could argue whether it's justified or unjustified. I'm probably aligning more towards them, right? But at the end of the day, like, the desire to persecute and punish people for simply being homosexual or even sinning, right? We don't punish people for sinning, right? We don't. We'll punish people when they like sin is itself not punishable by us. That's not what we do. Like, that's not what the church does. That's not the function of the church. So when he's saying like homosexuality shouldn't be criminalized, it's like, well, yeah, it's like it's not impacting the negative rights of any individuals. Why is this a crime? Like, it doesn't make sense for it to be a crime. Even if he accepts it's wrong, which he does, right? He thinks it's wrong. So even though he accepts it's wrong, he's like, this shouldn't be criminal. I think that's fair enough, but apparently that's controversial. I think that he's being a good Catholic. Like, it's like, don't hurt people. They're not breaching another person's rights. So you shouldn't be hurting them. And I think that's the Catholic position to adopt. But I think it's controversial to basically Africa, who really hate the gays. There's a lot of African Catholics who really hate the gays.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I forgot the guy's name. He's one of the African bishops there. Basically, what he was saying is the African culture, whatever that means, isn't ready for blessing people in gay unions, which is really strange because it seems to put a precedent on some contingent culture there over the church itself.
The church itself,
right.
Yeah. That the church should be adopting African cultural values rather than the other way around, where it's like, no, the church is the source of the values, not your culture. Like, the church operates through your culture. You can have your cultural independence, your cultural identity within the church 100%, but what's right and wrong is your culture doesn't tell the church what's right and wrong, right?
Yeah.
Like, at least not by itself. Like, all of us together, yeah, sure. Like, the body of the church is like the unity of like the church, the reason of the church, sure. But like, you can't just say like, okay, only African cardinals can vote this time.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, we're just not culturally ready to like accept Catholicism. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's just like, no, okay, then, like, I mean, if you're not, then okay, you're not, don't be a Catholic, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to say, but I don't even believe that. Like, it's like, clearly it is culturally compatible. It's like you're choosing like a caprice, right? Like, it's like,
you're literally choosing the world over God.
Yeah, literally, like this is Augustine, right? Where it's like, you are choosing the city of man.
Yeah.
It's like, he's like, nah, man, they're all gangsters. Let them go.
Okay. So I want to discuss one more thing before, I think Ryan is in the call waiting, but really quickly. I want to discuss ontological arguments.
Yes.
Why do you have like such a hate boner against them?
I don't have a hate boner against an ontological argument. I just think the ontological argument itself, without the ontological argument itself, implies essentially a teleological component, such that like the way I see it is that there is a teleological component, there is a formal component, and then there is so like the formal component of the ontological argument implies essentially a relationship between a first efficient causation and a final causation. And that's established where I would say that the ontological argument implies a specific ontology which allows this to be possible. And the only way you can be able to give an ontological argument which holds true is to have already explained or explicated that ontology, at least to some degree, right? So, for example, I would say that you can do that between arguments, for example, from the principle of sufficient reason, and then arguments from like teleology. And I think that put them two together and you form an ontology where Hegel will say the ontological argument is true. But I don't think that you can just go, without talking about metaphysics, the ontological argument is true. Like, for every single metaphysic. There is one metaphysic that's true and one metaphysic that isn't true, but then you're going to need other arguments to get there, if that makes sense. And I think that those arguments will get you there, where you can say this metaphysic can't be true because, it breaks the principle of sufficient reason, or this metaphysic can't be true because it leaves an explanatory gap which prevents us from actually gaining knowledge, or a motivation to gain knowledge. And I think when you put those two together, then you gain an ontology which defends the underpins the ontological argument.
Okay, right. So what I'm hearing here is that in order to actually appreciate an ontological argument, you actually first need to defend an ontology. And so we need to first establish a metaphysic.
Yes. Or at least
okay.
have arguments defending a specific metaphysic, yeah.
Right, okay. And I think what you're saying here is that Hegel, his project is in providing the exposition for
Saint
the true
Anselm's
metaphysic
on a logical argument, yeah.
That allows for an ontological argument to succeed.
Yeah.
Okay. I get that. Okay. So to clarify though, if you think that Hegel's metaphysic is correct, and it seems like you would accept that, an ontological argument is actually successful.
Yeah, like Saint Anselm's ontological argument is successful, yes.
Right, okay. What do you think of like Descartes though? Because I think when Kant gives his critique, he specifically has Descartes and Leibniz in mind, right? Now, I don't think he fully addresses
Saint Anselm.
Anselm.
Yeah, I agree.
Or actually, whose ontological argument I think is really good, actually, but it sounds like shitpost, is Saint Bonaventure's.
I don't know Saint Bonaventure enough to comment, so I don't know. I know you keep telling us to read them, man.
His is great. Okay, so in summary, it's this, right? If the best is the best, then the best is. And what he's doing here is he's providing the logic of that if a good is what perfects a thing, right? And so what makes a thing actual, then that which is perfect is that which is actual. And so if that which is perfect, it's just to say that the perfect is.
That which is actual, yeah. Like, I mean, it's tautological, but that's why you need to establish essentially a metaphysical argument which makes that essentially outlines a relationship between reality, like essentially efficient causation and final causation, such that existence and teleology have to be united. And once you get to that point, then yes, being and the good are the same, such that perfection, but what you're saying is that, perfection exists. So of course it does, because perfection is existence itself, and is the essence of existence, or the unification of essence and existence.
Right. Like, I think what he really says is that, existence isn't this good amongst others. Existence is what you get when you are complete. Like that's what's fundamental about being.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Perfect.
It's completion. I agree.
Yeah. So that's why he's saying that, like, if a perfect being is a perfect being, then a perfect being is.
Yeah, it's just saying that what it is, and in many ways, it's like, my argument really is to say that, like, what we're doing there is actually given in many ways, an argument for causal closure, right? And that's what Christians are doing. And when they say that this is God, they're saying they're giving an argument for causal closure, a beginning and an end united. But I think that the ontological argument then is essentially almost implicit in the acceptance of those two arguments together, where it's like, okay, so the ontological argument is necessarily true, which is what Hegel says, like, it makes no sense to ask what perfect is, we've already presumed it. So he's like, you don't even need to talk about, like, where the criticism of the day was like, well, what is a perfect conceivable being? And this is really his response to St. Thomas Aquinas. He's like, you don't need to know. You just need to know that it must be.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think Bonaventure actually has a response to Aquinas that really any knowledge of, if you have any notion of perfect at all, then you can infer that it is. Like, and any minimal notion of it is the ground of its own being.
Yes, in the sense that,
so you can just, like, sidestep the whole.
It provides this. If you're saying that there is a perfection, then you're saying that there is a way in which there is a way in which being and essence are absolutely united. So if they are absolutely united, then you must already say that it exists. I mean, that's Hegel again, yeah. Hegel also says the
Yeah.
same thing.
Or like another way, actually, like here's one that you know Anselmian, right?
Oh yeah, Anselmian. Yes. Sorry, it took us a minute to
Yeah.
understand what you said there.
Yeah, he described Anselm's argument as follows, right? It's that like we have a notion of being, and that notion necessarily has a referent that exists. And so essentially the argument really is that, you know, being cannot fail to be
Itself.
And yeah, so
Yeah.
you know,
Because the way you, but I mean, that's essentially being an essence, though. Like essence, the essence
or like,
is
or
the,
yeah, or like I
is the
think
truth of the being.
you know, Hegel says something interesting here because his critique of Kant is that if we have you know, being without the notion of being, or if we have, you know, the notion of being without being, on the one side, our notion of being is not a notion of being at all, and on the other side, if being has no notion, then it's just notionless being, and so it's completely meaningless. It's not a notion at all. It's not a thing at all.
So, sorry, say that again. So it's not a notion or a thing at all if it is essentially one-sided as its being or its essence, did you say?
So what I was saying is that, like, you know, being without the notion of being is notionless being. It's meaningless. It doesn't have a meaning.
And vice versa. And yeah.
And being without the notion of, and the notion of being without being isn't a notion of being.
Well, this is my point of, like, when I was arguing against Ahmed in chat against the Neoplatonic conception of God, where it's like, no, it's like it is this self-mediation such that it has to stand against itself as its essence, and its essence has to stand against itself, like against its being, and like that has to be a perfect mediation, internal mediation within God for God to be God, such that his identity is immediately mediated, co-eternally mediated, and that's the Trinity. And I don't think a Neoplatonic conception of God gets you there, because then, like, that's why they end up having to presuppose things like a divine intellect as like separate but not one with. So it's like a diminution of something which already exists. And it's just like, no, man, like that's not good. That doesn't make sense. Like the essence is less than the being, and that means it's not one with the being. So there's no perfect unity of being and essence. And this is why I think Aristotle is better. Aristotelian logic is certainly better than Plato, right? Because Aristotle knew how to do logic, and Plato didn't.
I'm gonna take off now. It was a good chat. Got spicy at times.
Yep.
You know, I know you're British, right?
Yes, I am.
Do you guys like spicy food?
Yes, most of us do. Well, many of us do anyway. But people argue that we can't handle spicy food, but I beg to differ. I'm pretty good anyway. I like spicy food.
I like spicy water.
Spicy water. Oh, I know exactly what you mean. You mean sparkling water, man. Sparkling water is
There you go,
100% spicy water. I completely agree. 100%.
There you go. This guy's white.
Smart.
Okay, man. I'm gonna take off. I moved Ryan here. I don't know if Ryan is still here. This is maybe.
I needed to quickly go to the bathroom, but yes.
All right, I'm taking off.
Right. Take it easy, mate. Have a good one. Okay, Ryan. I'm happy to have a chat with you. I'm going to move you back to call waiting just while I quickly go to the bathroom. Okay. Hello. Hi, guys. Oh, I might have changed. I think sometimes for the better. I think for the most part, you know, still a vegan in that. Still have the same values. Like, so not that much has changed. The only difference is I have a commitment to the existence of a Christian God. Really, it's only not really big changes. Okay. Hello, Ryan. And just to let you guys know, I'm going to be on for another 10 to 15 minutes, maybe. That's all the time I've got. But Ryan, if you're there, you're welcome to chat. Is everyone in chat doing okay?
Hello.
Oh, hi, Ryan. How are you doing, man?
Hi, I'm doing fine.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I was just one was listening to the conversation you had with Maximo, right? In
Yes.
Montana.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that pretty much encapsulates what we the conversation we had a few days ago, right?
I'm struggling to hear you. Is everyone else hearing Ryan? That's better. Okay.
Yeah, I think your discussion with Maximo pretty much encapsulates what we discussed, I think a few days ago, right?
You're gonna have to refresh my memory, but
yeah, about tradition, sacred tradition, and scripture. How different people, you're walking on, kind of a thin line, when you're trying to interpret these things through whatever framework you have in mind.
right. Yes. I remember now. Yes. You're coming through. You're cutting. It gets cutting in and out a bit. But if what you said was, how you interpret tradition and scripture through the framework you have in mind, like the interpretation of, you got to be careful with how you interpret scripture, and likewise, you've got to be careful about. So, like, you don't want to be sort of one-sided dogmatic in your interpretation of scripture, and also you don't want to conform scripture to whatever you believe.
Yes. I think that's what Maximo wanted, like was pointing out, right? Like concerning faith and morals, I don't think you can really have a substantial change in how the church has always regarded, like we're talking about homosexuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he adheres to the view that you can't really change you can't really say that homosexuality, as understood by the church fathers, St. Paul, all these types of Christian figures, and homosexuality right now is different in some way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in essence, I think it's pretty much the same. And I think you were arguing with him, right? But you see, when you're like, you say you're not committed to a fundamental, literal interpretation of either biblical text or any other kind of text, right?
Mm-hmm.
But couldn't you make the argument that, since you tend to prioritize the spiritual over the literal, right? It is because that the church prioritizes the spiritual over the material, right? Because the church doesn't see love as just like a material thing, right? Just like marriage, right? Marriage is only like truly valid if it's a sacramental one.
But I think in general, the way I approach it is from like a spiritual context, because the way I take like materiality is essentially is a concrete component in spirituality, like that the material is understood in the spiritual. Like for Hegel, like everything is spirit, and what is rational is actual. So it's a real logic. But when we look at it as an object, it is just a petrified intelligence. Likewise, if we take it as a subject, it is ill-defined. It has no concrete existence. It has no definitive form, right? It is pure will or willing, right? And it's only at the point in which you get both united in terms of their extremes, like the unity of rational necessity and concrete, like the a priori and the a posteriori, that you get this reality of spirit, which is the truth of both of them. So when I'm saying that, when we're talking about, let's say, church doctrine, I think that church doctrine has been made with this in mind in many ways, in the sense that faith and natural reason are one, such that if you read the Bible and you use that as a way to go against the doctrine of love, well, then you couldn't have correctly read the Bible. And likewise, if you take the doctrine of love to be whatever you want it to be, then you aren't respecting the words in Scripture. So I think that the point of like the hermeneutic approach is to say, yes, actually these words have meaning. These have a distinct and real meaning. How we uncover that distinct and real meaning is a relation to the essence of the piece, the unity, the whole of the piece, the universality of the piece, and the particularity of the piece, the concrete instantiation, the being of the piece. And once we understand it in that respect, then we can say that actually, obviously it's always both, but we typically, when we're interpreting it, will fall one way or the other. We'll become too abstract in how we're thinking of it. We'll think of it in a way that is, incompatible with the particular words that are being spoken. And then in another way, it's too contemplative, right? And in another way, you could become, if you're too literal, it's too materialistic. And the literal interpretations of Scripture come from a materialistic interpretation of reality, whereas the Catholic Church has always mediated being and essence. So like the point is whether you believe in real essences and real universals. Because if you don't believe in real universals, then there is no universality to the piece that isn't just the collection of particulars. And so you read it literally. And that's where the Protestant literalism came in at about the time of the Reformation. Whereas if you were to be like, in many ways you can argue from a position in which is abstract and not defined, you'll find that it won't be coherent or relate to the Scripture anymore. And I think that you find that in terms of various heretical interpretations of Scripture. And the point is to try and work out, this is the goal of reason, is to balance these extremes. And it's easier said than done, but the only way that we're going to do it is if we express what we take to be the case in terms of our application of what is rational in relation to Scripture. So for example, when I talk about love and like natural reason, like the ontology from which I'll argue for, I'm like, well, this is essentially the ontological basis of how we would interpret anything. This is the foundation of language. This is the foundation of all epistemology, such that the Bible obviously is a part of that, such that it can be interpreted and comprehended. And this is also the natural reality, a metaphysical reality that Hegel's arguing for. And the Bible has to be compatible with that, such that if we were to detach the Bible from that, then it just becomes like a kind of perverse philosophy, and it's just whatever we want it to be. It's not anything in relation to the actual exploration or the application of reason anymore.
Yeah, but I think I do understand, and in some ways I do sympathize with the sentiment of the argument. But as you mentioned, right, the Protestant reformers, I mean, they would say that their interpretation is based on Scripture and is in some ways in accordance with what the early church fathers said, like Saint Augustine, right? Some other church fathers. But the problem is, where do you draw the line, right? I mean, I can say that, like, even the statement, right? Like, the statement that some things in Scripture are to be interpreted in this way, right? I mean, that's an interpretation in itself, right?
I mean, like,
So,
I think the line
yeah.
draws itself is what I would respond with. I think, like, for example, like what we see in terms of the Protestant sola scriptura is that it leads to an infinite amount of interpretations which are incompatible. It explodes. It engages in explosion, and that's why you get all of these contradicting Protestant sects.
But that's what the Protestants say, right? Like sola scriptura, right? Like the Bible interprets itself
in Scripture alone. But the thing is that the meaning of the words and your interpretation of the words are not contained within Scripture, so it is fundamentally impossible.
And then I mean, I'm not saying it personally, but some people might get the impression that you're using some kind of casuistry, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with that term.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Some kind of what?
The casuistry, I think it's called CASUI, I think STOY. It's like the Jansenist movement. It's like a thing was deemed heretical by the church, right? Like they would, I think, was it, or am I mixing up two different? No, it was the Jesuits. Like there was like, it's not really a matter of who's heretical or not, but more of a like interior debate, right? An internal debate within these theologians. Like casuistry, like simply put, is like you're using like very abstract, complex reasoning to justify some act which has been deemed to be definitive, right? And you apply it like select cases. I think that's what it is in a nutshell. So I think some people might think you're justifying that because you're.
Well, I'm not engaging from a kind of abstract rationalist foundation, or likewise from a like I'm not engaging in a kind of abstract universalism or a
or more general, like you're not,
or generalism, like yeah,
like more general. You're not trying to ground things, but you're trying just to like that. How do I say this?
justify.
Yeah, you're trying to just like like the whole like analytic and continental divide, right? Like you're trying to explain it like some postmodernists do, right? Like I'm not saying that personally. I'm just saying that perhaps that's the impression you might give someone.
I mean,
who's not well versed in these.
I don't think. I'm not sure if the church ever actually condemned the Jesuits for this.
No. I was talking about. I mixed it up in my mind. But the Jansenists is it's related to like predestination and all that. No, the Jesuits like they would use sometimes. I'm not sure if they used or maybe it might just be one particular theologian who was part of a Jesuit and was highly regarded. That's why it caused like it got dragged the name of the Jesuits, right?
Right. I mean, if I understand this properly, it's reasoning from general principles. Yeah.
Just let me search it up and so that we I can clarify this, so that there's no misunderstanding.
Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like kind of wait. Yeah. So it's a bit like sophistry, right? So I'm just reading off from Wikipedia here. In ethics, casuistry is a process of reasoning that seeks to resolve moral problems by extracting or extending abstract rules from a particular case and reapplying those rules to new instances.
Yeah, but like in the sense, like it's trying to find like a universalism, like like a general, like, but it also,
yeah, I don't think it's outright universalism. It's just like saying, oh, we can't generalize. There's some cases that might be well, but within that universality, there's not a general rule to follow. It's kind of like when postmodernists say, oh, there's this and that, but there's not really a general structure to like a general foundation to these kinds of things. So like kind of like interrelated,
Yeah, you're like trying to find like the causes, like the fundamental causes of like, but I mean, like, as far as I'm aware, like, that it actually, like, I'm after look into the history of the church, but I don't think it was rejected in itself. It depends on how it was actually formulated. Because like obviously we do look towards deriving general universal principles, but like obviously not from the particulars alone. But we would see it as like, for example, seeing the universality or the truth of the particulars, right? Like understanding the substance. So like obviously all Catholics would do that. Like that's essentially natural reasoning in general. But I think in terms of the ethics of it, like it's like you would say that you would look for a natural law which indicates a moral obligation, which is what we always do. We always look for a natural law. And like most Catholics are natural law theorists. I guess my point is to say like the difference between me and most Catholics in this respect is where I don't think that nature can be understood in a way empirically. I think nature is understood hermeneutically, or is a mediation between subject and object, and not object alone. And that's the big difference. Like I'm post-Kantian. So because of that, I'm saying agency is in reality itself, such that the will and the being are identical. Whereas a Catholic would normally want to say the other way around, right? Where the will is given meaning from the being, where I want to say that they derive their meaning from their necessary unified structure. Which means that the way in which we would interpret something like scripture and engage in natural law means that when we interpret scripture, it has to be hermeneutically as well, because it's how we understand the concepts of the words and so on. But also it has a concrete reality. And when we engage in our understanding of nature, it's exactly the same. So my worry is that because we would agree that, sexual reproduction is necessary, heterosexual reproduction is necessary for an intelligibility of the species, that we then make that the only way in which we can express our will meaningfully, when it's being sort of naturally frustrated, where like a homosexual person can't have a loving heterosexual relationship to reproduce in the same way a sterile couple can't. And so this homosexual couple could, like the sterile couple, express their flourishing to the highest degree. It seems that we want to say that that's improper or inappropriate. And what we point to is essentially the fact that homosexuality can't be defined in itself. Well, like, of course it can't be. I would agree. Like, you couldn't define humanity. Like, if humanity was purely homosexual, it would cease to exist, right? So homosexuality can't exist in itself. But homosexuality forms the basis. Like homosexuality exists, and as so far as it exists, people can engage in homosexual acts and still flourish to a certain degree. Now, can they flourish to the same degree as a heterosexual relationship engaging in the same actions? I would say no, just because that they can't have the unity of a child in that respect. But I think likewise, you might be able to make the argument that you can bridge that gap through things like adoption, and that they would be obligated to adopt. But, unfortunately, because of the circumstances they're in, they're not able to, sexually reproduce together. But that's of no fault of their own, right? So I guess, I don't see what the big deal is in many ways, because from my perspective, I'm arguing from the same things as all Catholics. I'm arguing for chastity. I think that, these should be a committed, loving relationship in the eyes of God. I'm arguing that this isn't a choice and only applicable to those who are are this way. Not like a heterosexual person just being sexually deviant or something, which I don't think really happens, but
Yeah.
And
Are you talking from Catholic perspective or your own?
My perspective,
right.
So I don't see why this would be a problem, and I think that the only way that you can say it's a problem is if you say, well, it conflicts church doctrine, and when they say that it conflicts church doctrine, and they'll reference something like infallibility, they'll say look, we've had a stance against this, and we've said this stance is infallible. And then there's two things to be said there. It's I believe in infallibility, but I don't believe infallibility can be absolutely permanent. If it's absolutely permanent, literal infallibility, then I don't know what, then if the Pope is infallible and I am not, and it's to be interpreted literally, then I don't understand what the Pope is saying and can never understand what the Pope is saying because I'm not infallible. My reason is fallible, right? So
yeah, I do.
So it can't be that kind of literal in terms of infallibility. So it has to be a spiritual infallibility, such that it represents the spirit of truth of the age. And in which case, then it absolutely can progress. It can't be completely annulled. Obviously, that wouldn't make sense. But it can progress. And if it progressed, what we're saying is that homosexuality is wrong because of reason X, Y, and Z. But those reasons, X, Y, and Z, are all preserved. For example, chastity is morally necessary. That we should be temperate, that it is a good to reproduce, that sex is understood in relation to natural reproduction. All of those are affirmed in my argument. The only thing I'm saying that's different is that none of this means that two people who are of the same gender can't have a loving sexual relation and flourish together. At least as far as they can. In the same way that a sterile couple can have the exact same relation, even though that they didn't choose to be sterile.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I do understand your point. I do see really where you're coming from, but I think most Catholics, right? Catholics who have been since their childhood raised in the Catholic faith. These people, I think, they would point to sacred tradition, the infallibility of the Pope, the Church, on the doctrines concerning faith and morals. But for the more philosopher type people, or people who embrace Catholicism, right? Who investigate, who converted to the Catholic faith. I think they would reason that homosexuality in itself is not in accordance with the natural law, right? And it's not merely a thing of it's not what the church said, right?
Yeah, it's that it goes against natural law.
Yeah.
But then in which case, I welcome the debate, and we can debate about how we discover and uncover and understand our nature. And I'm happy to do that.
this yeah, so, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you were saying something, right?
Oh no, I was just saying I'm happy to debate it. Like I'm not saying that I'm necessarily 100% right. Like if you can show me I'm
Yeah.
wrong, then fair enough, right? But I think that like in the sense that I think a naive realist position from the position of Thomas Aquinas is inferior to the absolute idealist position of Hegel, which is why I think having these differences in how we understand our nature, such that they would want to say that I'm not even sure if that even is the primary difference, but I think that is maybe part of it. Then we can have like a metaphysical, an ethical, and epistemological debate. Debate like essentially the differences, the fundamental principles which are leading me to reason correctly or them to reason incorrectly. And I think when we stop doing that, we have the problem. But what I don't like is that there's a lot of people who don't even want to consider it a debate. And this is when I mentioned Africa before, where there's like, even in relation to Pope Francis, there's a lot of dogmatism to the point in which it's an absolute unwillingness to engage with the rest of the church in a way which respects the rest of the church. And like, I'm willing to respect everyone in the church. Like, if you have an argument to say that homosexuality is absolutely wrong for all time and must necessarily be rejected, I'll listen to it. You know, and if you know, if you can say like why it's wrong to engage in homosexual acts in all times and places, I'll have to listen to you, right? That's what it means to even reason freely. Like, I have to be willing to hear the opposing side. Otherwise, I'm just a dogmatist, and like my reason isn't even in my own. And likewise, you need to be able to listen to me. So I think that like the main thing I want from that to come from this is a sincerity within the church, and from that we will foster the correct position together, you know, and that's what's important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like when you say that, like the church can only be infallible when regarding like when they say like let's say the
spirit of truth, if you will.
The spirit of truth, right? Well, I guess like for someone who's like skeptical, well, he or she can say that. Well, you can always fall back on the spiritual thing, right? And always say, but that's not how the church understood it. Like, hadn't matured itself to that understanding yet. Therefore, it's not the church's error. It's the human, like, fallible error, right? It's not really the church's error, because the church can never.
Well, yeah, I mean, like that's. I mean, I think that's. I mean, in the same way that people knew that slavery was bad at the time of Jesus Christ, but the spirit of humanity didn't. Like, the majority of humanity didn't, but it was still wrong. But could they have known it was wrong? Well, yes, theoretically, in the sense that they had the capacity to reason and develop, but could they have expected as individuals to come to the knowledge that it was wrong? Well, no, because the Constitution and the relation between individuals prevented them. Like, essentially, the development of reason wasn't there. The conceptual development wasn't there. Now, some geniuses might have reached that point, and it might have been accidental. Even they might have just been purer of heart and been more, seen the injustice more clearly. But it's not until that we promulgate the reasons and come to internalize and accept them together as a community that we really gain knowledge, right?
I mean, on that specific issue, on slavery that you just mentioned, I think it was always in the minds of the Christian thinkers that slavery was immoral, right? Not just.
You did get some Christians that did try to argue for it. You get Christians now who try to argue for it recently.
One of the most, the earliest, right, like very vocal critic of slavery was actually a Greek father. I think was it Gregory? I think Gregory of Nyssa, or
yeah, I think it was Gregory of Nyssa as well. Yeah, I was about to but I mean, like in general, I mean, like there's a long history of tradition of people rejecting slavery in the church. And
Mhm.
the arguments of slavery in the church were made manifest, but the church didn't take a strong stance on slavery for a long time, right?
No, I mean, I think why if the critic, right, says like, well, if they believe that slavery was wrong, right, why didn't they implement why didn't they try to abolish slavery? I think it's you have to understand,
But they didn't have to
their
even
point,
abolish it. They could have even just taught that it was wrong, right? Like, I'm not
I
saying.
mean, yeah, I do think most of them thought it was wrong, but I think it was I don't want to oversimplify this, but it was part of the Christian spirit to of humility, right? To accept the condition of society. Like, I don't think any Christian living in the Roman world thought that they could abolish slavery. Like they couldn't even, for that they had to be charged, right? They had to be in charge of the state. And then they would enact laws, reforms. I think it was part of the Christian spirit to accept the condition as they were, but they knew that it was inherently sinful. But
Well, no,
as time
because
went on,
we don't do that though, do we? Don't do that with anything else. Like, I don't think it's fair to say that like the church as a whole knew that it was wrong, and that the doctrine of the church was to say that it was wrong. I think there was probably people in the church that didn't think it was wrong based upon an Aristotelian consideration of something like natural slavery, or like even or like a Platonic consideration of slavery.
I mean,
so there's people that like
where you draw the line, right? Like if you say for someone maybe,
it's particularized to the agents, but like when we're talking about the universality of the church, like these particular agents had come to those truths. I do think there are particular agents who went, "Oh, this is wrong," right? But what I'm saying is that it wasn't established church doctrine because the church as a whole, constitutionally, hadn't, like, in the same way as what you're saying, almost, but in the sense that the church itself has a constitution, and that constitution is the spirit of the church and how it's interpreting scripture. That is the living tradition, and it is developing, such that like these things are developing, these ethical concepts and considerations are developing, are progressing, that we are gaining greater and greater clarity of the word of God, and I think that's important.
Yeah. I mean, some things that seem like very high standards, right? I think they possibly could. I mean, I don't think that you have to be some kind of mega genius to see like these truths that in ancient times were regarded as permissible, and in these modern times we tend to view them as extremely evil.
Yeah.
I don't think that someone living in those ancient times couldn't possibly have reached that reasoning, like through his own reasoning.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
but I think that shows you that reason is developing, and that shows you that our interpretation of the scripture, of the word of God, of goodness and of love, is developing.
Yeah, but you have to like there are some obvious truths, right? I guess you could say of any text,
100%.
Whether it be in scripture or in some storybook, right? But there are some interpretations that I think you could outright reject. Like, for example, if you read the story of the hungry caterpillar, and you start seeing it as advocating for Nazism, eugenics.
Yeah. There's a point where it's irrational. Yeah, like I agree, but I mean, that by hermeneutics, right? Like by like
not
looking.
necessarily hermeneutics, right? It's like
I think it is hermeneutics because it's interpretation, right? Like it's like, so you read it and you go like, it's not about that. Like there's no reason.
I mean, if you interpret
to think that it's about that.
Believes,
no, but then you have to like. I mean, like this is the thing. Like you having to read something into the story that's not there, and then you say like, look, you're reading something into the story. Like these concepts that are being expressed do not have any relation to this. You are just putting whatever you're putting yourself in the story, right? Like,
Yeah.
and you can say that because you'd say like, look, one, I don't read it like that. One, none of us read it like that. And two, like when we look at the proper application of the concepts that are being used, this doesn't seem to follow, right? Same thing in relation to scripture, where you say like, look, the proper application of the concepts, it doesn't follow. Now, the proper application of the concepts, and this is the point, is something that is developing in language. It's like the language contains a developing rational structure. That's why vocabulary increases, like the dictionary increases.
Yes.
And such that we gain new thick moral concepts. We gain new ways of understanding right and wrong in law, and in like and even understanding our basic humanity, our nature, and how we interact with the world. And my point is really is just that. That's all I'm really saying. I'm saying that, look, like, yes, from their perspective, like, this was the height of truth. And from our perspective, it's not the height of truth. We have a higher truth because of them, right? In the same way that we have, the theory of relativity in quantum physics because of Newtonian physics. That doesn't mean Newtonian physics is false, right? In the sense that it was expressing a truth about the physical material world expressed in mechanism, which we have essentially, we took those mathematical formulae and improved upon them. We didn't negate the entirety of Newtonian physics, right? Or the foundations of Newtonian physics, or even the goals, the purpose of Newtonian physics, which was to explain the movements of bodies in space and stuff like that, and the relations of bodies in space. That is all we've done is improve upon that. And that's all I'm saying. Like, it's like, yeah, we're doing the same thing. We're interpreting scripture and we're improving upon it based upon the concepts that are developing, which we've gained because of our ancestors within the church, because of the continuing developing tradition of the church.
Yeah, but I guess it boils down to what notions, what concepts you really want to be your foundation for whatever framework you want to build it upon.
Well, I don't think we can choose that. I think there is one concept that I think a Christian has to accept is the foundation of Scripture, and that's love. I think that we have to say. So the question is, what is love? And
love, right? But that's what the parable of a Good Samaritan was about, right?
It's what the all of Scripture, I would say, is about. Really, it's about love.
Yeah. I mean, it's exemplified most vividly in that parable. But when you like for example, like just to hearken to the previous point about slavery, like the notion there is about brotherhood, right? And if you want to really treat your brother as you would yourself, then slavery just becomes not right, by default. In the same way that love, right? If you say, well, what's love, and what really is love? Well, and why does the church, quote unquote, traditionally insist that a marriage should be between a man and a woman? Then I think it's because they prioritize the union of the two sexes, and they become one, right?
I agree. And to be fair, I don't think there's anything, because that's the unity of the species, which is the highest expression of love, right? The unity, which is essentially like the unity of.
But you should strive towards it, right? You should always strive towards
yes, but
Christianity is not about following this, that, and then if you say
agree.
that.
I agree, but there's a point in saying so there is the physical unity of the species, and then there's the spiritual unity of the species, right? And the physical unity of the species is this physical act of procreation. It's the in this respect, as the bedrock of the family, and I agree. The issue is that for no fault of some people, they are either born or made, whichever it is, in such a way as they have a sexual orientation which precludes what we'd agree as a bedrock of that physical unity.
I think the debate is, I don't think it's whether to deny whether homosexual attractions, like orientations, are like inbuilt in like your psyche when you were born, right? But it's whether you would act upon them or you would deny them to
I agree, but like look at it like this. Look at it like this. I agree that like when we look at denying sexual, like the sexual desire, the reason we do it is for the good, right? So we would say like we don't just deny for its own sake. We'd say like we deny because it's in relation to the good of others, which is also the pleasure of others and the propagation
to
of
the good itself, right? And then like extend the good of others,
yeah, but to the good itself universally, which implies the good of others. So like that, as Aquinas would say, yeah, I agree. And the good itself is this unity, is the perfect unity of such that it, in terms of perfect flourishing, we could agree that it would be a state of, and I mean this is the idea of sunum bonum, of perfect pleasure and happiness, of happiness and in a state of absolute beauty, of satisfaction, of completion, right? Such the experience is essentially that's what heaven is, ideally, right?
But, the thing is, I do understand, and I do really sympathize with what your point of view is, but I mean, I'm going to make an analogy here, and maybe it might offend you slightly, like veganism, right? I think there was a guy, right, just before Maximo, right, who had some immunity syndrome, right?
No, Marty, you die.
Yeah. Chronic fatigue, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I mean, you would still be a vegan, like you'd still be a vegan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. He does believe that veganism is like something that everyone ought to follow, right?
Uh-huh.
But he has
But he can't.
an illness, right?
He can't be plant-based. Like, assuming like, he still has to work it out. He's going to try himself, but he said,
yeah, he's gonna try, right? But that's what I'm saying. You don't like on the Catholic position, right? Let's say traditional, right? You don't. You always have to follow what's even if it means like something you like what's what the Bible is about, right? Like you deny your own self so that you follow the good, right?
I completely agree, but in the same sense is that, like, for example, he tries, and if he's not successful, and like, let's say we all try in some respects and we're not successful.
Yes.
It's pitiable by God, which is why we can have mercy, right? Like, he understands our finitude and our weakness.
It would be a kind of dangerous road to travel, to like kind of pride to say that, well, God's mercy is so infinite that He can forgive me.
Yeah, He does not give anyone permission to sin. Like I agree. Like but there's a difference between like the thing is like, this is my point of saying, like, if it was a choice, it would be willing to sin, but it's not a choice. Like in the sense that the option is essentially between two states of being: abstinence, right? Which they may be very likely to fail, by the way. So abstinence and an attempt at abstinence, and a loving homosexual marriage, right? And in the case of the loving homosexual marriage, they can will each other's goods. They just simply are frustrated in one end, which would be more perfect, which is the reproduction of children, ideally. And even then, that depends, because not all heterosexual relations should also lead to reproduction. The circumstances where we could agree, actually, that either can't happen or should not happen in these circumstances. So, like, there's points in which we can say, like, obviously, ideally, the perfect relation between two individuals is the complete progenesis of the species, such that it reflects the good of the species. And the good of the species is the good of the individual members of the species. Now, what I'm worried about is that we're looking at this in such a universal way, rather than considering the particular members of the species, that it becomes an abstract. And we forget that the only reason there is a good of the species is because there is a good of the individual members of the species who are flourishing. So, like, the union between the people who produce a child, it's the fact that their union has been shown, it's proven in the child that they have this union. But the union is the marriage, it's the act itself, right? And that can happen in a homosexual relationship. It just can't be proven in the same way through the physical unity.
I think it's not a matter of like having a child is a proof that you
no, it's a physical manifestation of your love, of your mutual.
Yes. But you know, if you look at like you can look from it at the other side. Like, what about the homosexuals or people who have homosexual
lived
orientations, but lived chaste, abstinent life.
I think that's very commendable. But I think it's the same thing as if they were heterosexual. It makes no difference if they were heterosexual or homosexual.
Yeah, but when they would see like what you're saying, like loving homosexual couples, right? I mean, for them, I guess I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but I would reason that we probably feel a bit like awkward, right? Like, why did I,
Well, I mean, yeah, that's sad. Like, but at the same time, like, just like, for example, right? Like, it's kind of like when you hear conservatives in the United States when they say like, well, why should people get free healthcare? I had to pay for healthcare, and it's like because you should want the good of them. Like, even if you did have that disadvantage and disservice done to you, that I'm very sorry. You should still will the good of the other. To do otherwise would be envy.
Yeah. But in the case of like I mean, it's a bit like the suffering, like problem of suffering, right? Like, if two people had the same like amount of suffering dealt on them, but one of them can like cope with it better than the other, like the other will say, well, why did he or she like cope it better, even we did receive the same amount of suffering, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously it's because that the other person has like some non-material idea or something that
they might think differently, they might engage with the suffering differently.
Yeah. But I guess from that point of view, you can say like, well, it's not you can reduce that to like, oh, it's their state of mind or something, or it's something like the ideology you're following, right?
Well, assuming the suffering is equal, like otherwise then would say like there is, as if it would say that the suffering's not equal.
Yeah, let's just say like we both suffered like terrible accidents, like it's a thought experiment, right? Like they get dealt the same amount of suffering and pain, but one of them will fare better than the other one. Like, he or she will take in, like he or she won't be depressed as much, or something like that. So that seems to suggest like there's a difference between, like, there's some kind of non-material explanation, like maybe it's their state of mind, or if you're like a hardcore materialist, like, you just say, it's their chemical composition, right?
I don't think materialism could actually function, but yeah, like I don't think.
No, I'm just saying that as a potential counterexample, but but like I think it could deal with the antinatalist position too. Like, if you say that suffering is the reason.
But like, yeah, I mean, I agree. But in arguing with antinatalists, I end up in the situation where they say you shouldn't pre-produce because suffering is. I'm going to quickly actually respond to one of the guys in the chat here. Waximus, yes. I do think that a homosexual couple adopting a child is proof of their love. I just don't think. But you got to remember that from the perspective of their being and their good being the same, such that their will and their being is the same. The proliferation of their being would be the highest, would be incorporated within the spiritual teachings in which they pass on to their children, and the loving relationship they're in. That would unify to a greater degree what they are. It's not all material, but it would be a mistake to think that our materiality doesn't play a role in defining what we are, in the sense that it is a rational, logical reality made concrete. Now, that's not to say it defines who we are or what we do with our lives, right? You know what I mean? But it defines, it does have its place in our being such that we can go, you know, it has a purpose. Now, I do think that if you were to say that there's a situation in which, you know, for example, no one should reproduce, I think that you can will the good of the species equally by adopting then. But it's whether you're willing the good of the species to the highest degree, to its nth degree, and the good of all participants of that species. That's what I'm really talking about. And I agree spirituality is taught, Waximus. But I think spirituality is what is actual. It's what we understand in terms of our ideas, but our ideas are part and reflections of a real spiritual reality. So like the point is whether it's actually reflecting the good of the species. And part of the good of the species is the material conditions in which we live in, right? That's all I'm really saying. Anyway, so like, yeah, just to bring it back to what you're saying, it was the anti-natalist position. So I actually debated like a few anti-natalists, and they usually have this universally negative position, like normally negative utilitarian position, where they say they have to be able to argue that reproduction's always wrong. Now, I never argue that reproduction's always right. I think that's also equally going to fail. Reproduction's not always right. It's not always a good. And I simply take the stance that reproduction can be right or wrong against the contextual circumstances of the species, right? For the members of the species, which is what the species is indifferent to. So, in the same respect that I go like, okay, the good of the species is its members, and the good of the members is the species, right? And it's indifferent, conceptually. As such, I think there's a point in which you go, right, well, there's times when we shouldn't reproduce, right? That reproduction might produce greater genetic diseases, or even pass on, like, you know, diseases that we've inherited, or anything like that, where we go, okay, it would be wrong to do that against the good of the species. And likewise, I wouldn't want an abstract goal implied about the good of, like, I don't want this idea of like the good of humanity is this archetypical universal ideal which is never instantiated in the individual members. It's like, no, it is the lived experience, the flourishing of the individual members that gives meaning to this expression of the species in the first place, right? So
Right.
It's like, right, we reproduce for the benefit of the parents, the benefit of the child, and the benefit of broader society. But we don't reproduce because it's a good in and of itself, right? And that implies to me that it's defined in relation to a whole life. And if you've got individuals who can't reproduce in this respect, you know, in the way that they can't engage in a loving heterosexual relationship to reproduce, then there's no reason to deny them the other conditions of marriage with another individual who, by the way, would also be in the same circumstances, right? So it's not like as if they're taking somebody else away from their flourishing. Like, they're in the same circumstances. And in the same way is that you could have a relationship between two heterosexual people who had HIV, who cannot reproduce, right? You could say that, like, they don't want to take the risk of passing HIV on to that child, right? So they cannot reproduce. And yet they could have loving, intimate relationship and a marriage heterosexually, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see what the difference is between the homosexual sexual case and the case of the HIV. When you're saying, like, okay, they can't reproduce, they've been frustrated in the sense that they can't respect the good of the species in one way, if that is a good for the species at that time and place. Anyway, so they can't do X. But just because they can't do X, why does that mean that they can't do Y, which is not which the goods are not entirely defined by X? the goods of a sexually intimate relationship can be a loving, prosperous marriage, which leads to the good of a family, which even adopts, right? It encourages the unity and psychological bonds between both people. And that all seems like a positive foundation, right? Like, I don't see...
Yes, the procreative and is frustrated. I do see that. And well, first off, I think the church, right, teaches that the purpose of marriage is there's a unitive, right, and a procreative end, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, is it what the church actually teaches? Because
yes, I'm pretty sure the church teaches that it is for the unity of two people and procreation.
Okay.
The marriage is for the unity of two people, and then the act of procreation is, and for the rearing of children.
Right.
The unity of the family and the rearing of children, I think, is the way that it's normally.
Right. But I guess the typical argument, it's like the HIV, right? The HIV couple, right? Like they both have HIV in
in this scenario, they both have HIV.
Yeah. So we both have HIV. We don't want to
perpetuate
have
HIV.
A child that a baby that has high risk of having HIV. Yeah. In that case, it is reasonable not to procreate. But it's the again, it boils down to like they have HIV like do they have HIV by I guess if you say that they had premarital sex, I guess that would undermine a bit.
No, let's say that they got it through blood transfusions or something.
But
I mean, you could. I mean, the only option that you could really say, I think, against the HIV case is to say like, well, they wouldn't be allowed to use contraceptive. And I think that like that's a bit harsh. Because it seems like a medical reason to use contraceptive.
The reason why contraceptives is like frowned upon, like, and you can say outrightly condemned by the church, right, is because
it frustrates pre-production.
When that end, like in case of the HIV couple, is not something to be fulfilled, right? Because it would. Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
and I mean, John Paul II encouraged people in Africa to use contraceptive because of HIV. I don't know about that, but I'm pretty sure he said that it was okay under medical. I'm pretty sure the church's situation with the HIV, or not just HIV, but in general, on contraception is like contraception is acceptable for medical purposes, right? So, like in this case, I think it would fall under a medicinal purpose.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure he said that because I think Benedict said Benedict said the opposite. So,
I mean, if he said that, no, he said that. What can I do about it? But what are we talking about? Antinatalism, right? I don't think they would argue that. I mean, maybe some, but the ones that I've encountered, I don't think that they say reproduction is like in itself wrong. It's because the suffering of the world, right? The world is hostile.
The child. It's so like it's like life is suffering. It's usually a negative utilitarianism.
If you think it like in a Pascalian wager sense, right? It doesn't seem rational. Prima facie, right, to bring a child into this world of, desolation.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. I mean, like, I've argued about this before in relation to the fact that they always have to give, like, essentially, they say that there's too many risks involved of the possibility of really horrible suffering, and any possibility of really horrible suffering is unjustifiable. I said that presupposes a relation of risk, a risk-reward ratio, which you can't justify. And it's the same thing that John Rawls does in his liberal philosophy, where it's like everyone thinks like this, or everyone should think like this, and it's like, no, you're presupposing a rationality there.
Is Rawls the guy who wrote a lot about justice and law?
But fairness is justice. Yeah.
Okay. In the case of the HIV couple who got HIV through blood transfusion, yeah, I could see. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, it would be extremely imprudent to have a child, right?
Yeah.
In that circumstance. But compare it with the like, I guess the blood transfusion was not deliberate, right? Yeah. Like, it's an accident. They got the.
Well, let's say like it's both. Like, so let's say like the hypothetical is that they both individually got HIV from a blood transfusion, rather than like already being in the marriage. Like, because then obviously then they just say like, all right, I expect people can't get divorced, and like no, but like, should they marry or should they engage in abstinence? So they find each other. They're friends. Married, right? They're happy. No, but they're not married yet. Like, we can imagine they're not married yet. They find each other. They're friends. They develop a fondness and an attraction to one another, and they know that they could become married, and live and engage in sexual intercourse with each other, because it's not like they can get HIV twice, right? Like, you know what I mean? So they know that they could like essentially fulfill each other's sexual desires, whilst also and in a way that they will each other's goods, that they will happiness and love upon each other, that they care about each other, and they want intimacy there. And it's not some sort of just like purely hedonistic like thing, right? And that comes with all of the other spiritual unity involved, right? And this is just the physical act of love that they're expressing. That, or they can say that they can be abstinent, right? Now, I think that the abstinence has virtue. I do. Like, I think that like that's brave of them, right?
Okay.
But I don't think that there's vice in the marriage. So it's like, I think both are virtuous. Like, both mitigate, both express the ends of the individual and the species as best as they can, given the circumstances they're in. And I don't think they're obligated to go one way or the other, right? If you want to be abstinent, and if you find that's a path, you can, follow that path to spiritual purity. That's really great. You're very chaste, and I think that's an admirable quality. Likewise, if you go into a marriage which isn't going to perpetuate harm, you're perpetuating love, you're not being lustful and, vicious and stuff like that, that's great as well. Like, so it's one of those things where I don't see like, and then in the same sense with the homosexuals, I see it as directly analogous, where it's like, okay, they didn't choose to be homosexual. They can't have that procreative heterosexual relation. Now they're given this option. They can go for chastity, or they can go for the...
They, in your scenario, did the HIV couple know they had HIV before or after they were married?
Before.
So, okay. And then they decided to marry, like...
And then they've decided to marry.
Yeah, okay.
But they both have they both have it. It's not like they're going to give each other it or something,
Yeah, I guess, you could argue even, like, if, say, they got the HIV of the sort, like... HIV now, it's not... if you like, get it... I think if you get diagnosed early and it's not that the disease is not that progressive, I think it's not really death sentence anymore, right?
I think it's a lot better than it used to be. Like, it wouldn't matter in general. You wouldn't want to perpetuate it, right? Like, you wouldn't want to give a kid HIV, right?
Yes,
Unless there's like a cure or like a very, very good treatment that stops it being like, because otherwise somebody gets it, you accidentally kill someone or something,
Yeah, but it's like let's say I'm trying to like delve into the mind of, like, let's say an HIV positive person, like, let's say they knew beforehand that, like, let's say if one of the members of that couple, right, say the male, right, he knows that he has HIV, and he's a woman, and he knows that woman that also has HIV.
Let's say they met through a HIV like cope group, you know what I mean? Like how do we, like,
someone who had HIV?
Yeah,
because
Like they're
Like,
just
you
they're
know,
met, they're met in terms of support groups and stuff. Like where it's like, how do we live with this? You know.
yeah, okay, yeah. And
yeah.
he decides to marry her, finds her, you know, um, um, very mutually like
Loving.
Yeah, corresponding. Yeah, good. And they well, yeah. Once now they could be abstinent, right? They say, well, we already have HIV, and I mean, it's not really of a risk for either of them, right?
Yeah, it's not a risk for either of them. No.
Well, and let's say they're well, they don't think sex is that, you know, fulfilling for either of them. So we just say, no, let's just abstain, right?
Yeah, I mean that's their choice. I mean if that's what they want to do.
Yeah. And I guess most people would not have a problem with it, and I think some would say like, right, that's virtuous in some sense, right?
I guess it's in the sense that like we would agree that there's no obligation for them. Like there's one thing if it's like, yeah, they don't want to have sex, but is there an obligation for them to not have sex?
Yeah. I mean, it's like for them it's a non-issue, right? Whether unless like they really
how is it a non-issue? Like
it's a non-issue like for is it of their mind like sex is not, you know, they're not that fulfilled by it.
No,
like,
that's fine. Like let's say they're not fulfilled by it, like whatever. Like but let's say they are fulfilled by it, right? Like most humans, right? You know, right? Like most humans are not asexual, right? Like and or even spiritually pure enough to just be so uninterested in the passions of the flesh, right? Let's just say that normal people who are just like sexually driven, and if anything, they would be feeling quite frustrated by not being able to have sex because they lack either spiritual purity, which they would have to work on a lot, or in general they actually take a loving fulfillment in being in that romantic relationship, and that's something that they've always wanted to have a loving physical relationship with another, and that and let's say they even wanted to reproduce. Let's say they would even like to reproduce but can't, like, you know, and that's sad, but they can't do anything about it. Like, you know, I imagine a homosexual person could feel exactly the same. I just don't see, like, should they not engage in sex? Like, should they deny themselves? Should they frustrate themselves? And should they frustrate their partner? Let's say they could hold out, but their partner couldn't. Should they frustrate their partner?
In which case?
In the case of the like the HIV.
Oh, HIV. Like, should they like if
like is there a reason for them to be non-sexual with each other? Like,
it's morally incumbent on them not to have sexual relations.
Why?
No, I'm saying like when you say is it?
Yeah. So I'm asking, is there a reason that they shouldn't have sex? Yeah.
When you say is there a reason, like, is the reason because it's like morally incumbent on them?
Yeah.
To
it would be immoral for them to do it.
Okay. I think if well, I'm not sure what the Catholic position is on this, but like from my own reasoning, I guess. I mean, I don't see why, like, if they do engage in sexual relations, and like they are
well, the question, what we would say is that it shouldn't be lustful, and lustful usually means willing the good of another, and willing the good of another usually includes the good in the end of the family, the unity of the two. Now, obviously,
I mean, it depends on.
But it
depends on why they're having.
Yeah, but the thing is that we already agree that sterile couples.
The sterile. Okay.
No, but like sterile couples, we already accept are willing each other's good and are in a loving relationship. We wouldn't say that it's not a loving marriage because they can't reproduce. So we know that loving marriages can exist without the reproductive consequent. So we're talking about the same physical act with the same intention, except no possibility of reproduction as an act of love, because the opposite would be an act of harm to the child. So you've got the same act with no reproduction, committed through love. I don't see why it would be wrong. And on that, I think we should probably call it, because I'm gonna have to go because quarter at 12.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it as morally wrong if a man has sexual intercourse with another man, let's say, and they're in a loving relationship, right?
Yeah, so long as they're in a loving, committed relationship geared towards the betterment of the species, so they should do things like adopt and try and spiritually pass on themselves and the message of Christ. That would be fine with me. I don't see what would be wrong there.
Yeah, I think because you don't. Yeah, okay. I guess you reason this based on, like on the other scenarios, right? Like you don't see why it's a problem for like the HIV couple or those who are infertile, right?
I don't see why it's a problem for them, and I also and metaphysically, I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, it seems. Okay. Now I think I understand better why you take that position. Yeah. Okay. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, it was good talking, man. Thanks again for coming on. So it was a pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. Take care.
Have a good night,
bye.
man. Bye. Okay, so... okay. I didn't mean for this to be a very long chat about homosexuality for most of the night. I don't know how that happened. I think it was because Max joined. And Max really, really wants to talk about my position on homosexuality. I don't think people should be pressured into sex, but I think that people should be willing to fulfill the sexual needs of their partner when they're not necessarily wanting to. Like if they had no sex drive and the other person did, I think that would be right. Like in the sense, like I could imagine, like let's say for whatever reason I had like absolutely no sex drive, but my partner would be frustrated if I didn't engage in in sort of sexual contact with them. I think I would be like, if it's not harming me and I love them, it seems like that's what I should do. And I think that's why St. Paul says like the husband owns the wife's body and the wife owns the husband's body. In the sense that we should be willing to will the good of the other, for just for its own sake, not because we get anything from it. I really like talking about gay stuff. Yes, I know that you do, Max. You're the most homosexually invested man I've ever met. Very base takes showcase today, PP. Thank you. Oh, thanks very much, man. Polyamory is wrong. Or polygamy. Okay, polygamy is wrong. Polyamory is also wrong. We're not going there. Okay. PP, what about consensual incest among adults if they use protection? Oh man, not the incest thing again. And if somehow they can't get pregnant, and if somehow they get pregnant, they can get an abortion before the 8-week mark or before sentence, or they get I don't believe in abortion as essentially a form of contraception at all. So the risk and the moral hazard is unacceptable in general. But assuming that they could, for whatever reason, hypothetically never get pregnant, I'd say that there's probably some form of social cognitive, like social manipulation, coercion. It's the way in which they relate to each other or likely be unhealthy. Assume that that's not the case, and they, let's say they grew up in like distant places in the world and they can't procreate for whatever reason. I don't think there's any essential wrong with it. And I actually said this to Max like before, where it's like the wrong can't, like what we have is essentially we've removed the mens rea, so like a guilty mind. They're deliberately doing something wrong, or like are perpetuating something wrong, or have some sort of intentionality that's impure, and there's no wrong consequent, so it can't be wrong. But I mean, that's a very, very niche hypothetical scenario in which we probably have two people who are unaware they are siblings or closely related, finding each other without forms of social manipulation, whilst also having like absolute sterility. Like the chances of it would be like, it's like, okay, you might have found a loophole in this universal moral principle, but good luck actualizing it, right? Like, it's like, yes, in this 1 in 100 million shot, yeah, like you got more chance of winning the lottery, actually. What if the polygamers are in a unity? I don't think gamers can ever love each other. Look, I think that I don't think they can have a loving unity between two people. I think that between two people, between three people, I think that the perfect medium between individuals, but the romantic medium between two individuals can only be two. Otherwise, one is going to be used as an object of mediation for the other, and that's not going to be healthy. At least should it be legalized? I mean, I don't think that would justify it being legal. I think that in that case, that would be a defense, right? Like, you can have a best friend group of 3 people, yeah, but the relationship isn't like the same, I don't think, as the sexual proclivity of 3 people. And remember what I've said as well is like, this should be open towards reproduction. I mean, I guess you could have like, but in that reproductive unity, ideally, if it's for the good of the species and so on. But if it's not, like, if it's not open and if it's not for the good of all, then it's not loving. Unless like they couldn't reproduce or something. But if you're saying like for whatever reason, like I just don't know what, like it seems to me that they should be able to be happy. You'd have to be able to show me a relationship where they would be happy as a couple as much as a triple. In the first place, so that they related to the other perfectly, and that they had 2 coexisting relationships of equal love, such that they don't conflict the interests of the other against the other. And I don't think this is even possible. This is why in like Hindu scriptures you get like the politics of polygamous marriages, man, where like one wife is sabotaging the other wife, and it's just a fucking mess. A throuple there, that's it. And it's just a fucking mess. So no, I don't think that it can be properly mediated. I think there will always be a form of objectification in there, because one will be using the other as an object in relationship to having a relationship with the other, or they'll neglect the other. So it's going to be one way or the other. Okay. Right. It takes a village to raise a kid, they say. Polygamy union is already a village. Oh yeah, the conversation with Aaron Ra was definitely terrible. Marty, yeah, it was yeah. So sorry, yeah, 100%. The whole world should be in one relationship. Well, in the kingdom of heaven, there is no such thing as marriage, yet we'll be in perfect unity, right? Aaron crushed him. Oh god, man! I don't know why you're a mod. My mods just bully me. I don't know why. I'm like, I even let this happen. I just ban yous. Oh, right. I'm going to bounce, guys, before we end up in a debate about polyamory and polygamy. So, if you like the stream, give it a thumbs up. Buy my course, An Introduction to Western Philosophy. Links in the description. Take you from the ancients all the way to the contemporaries, and you can learn some sick philosophy on the way. And yeah, like, subscribe, share the stream, do all that good stuff. And as always, try to gain some perspective. Have a good night, everyone.